Hi, Nikita.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fora.
All right.
Honorable Gental has asked for assistance with framing. So if Honorable Gental can please open the camera so that Mr. Fora can please assist you.
Honorable Gentle, how are you today? Can you please talk to me? Unmute, please.
Oh, yes. Hi, how are you?
Good, good. Good. Thank you so much. I think you are too close to the device. Yeah, are you using a laptop or a tablet?
I'm using a tablet.
A tablet.
How does it look now?
That is much better, much better. Yeah, when you lean forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how does it look?
Much better, much better. Thank you. Can you lean forward a bit? Let me see. Okay, there's a little bit too much space. No, just with your body, not with the chain.
Okay.
I can see it zooming automatically on its own as you move. Can you move and lean forward just a bit?
I can't lean any because this is where my table ends.
That's where you are. Okay, no, that's great then. That's great then, because then it means you won't cut your head off. All right. Okay, all right. Can you lean back a bit?
Okay.
Are you able to speak from that position?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, please make sure that you speak from that position, because as soon as you lean forward, it zooms in automatically.
Okay.
So I just need you to speak from that so that it doesn't cut you off.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Otherwise, everything else is fine. Thanks.
So the background, are we fine?
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could load the background. Nikita, if one of our IT colleagues can call honorable members so that they can assist them to load the background quickly, they will call you.
They'll call me because I don't know.
Otherwise, if you're not able to, the background is fine.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you so much then.
Okay, bye.
All right, then, thanks.
Ke tsena mo COP.
Oh.
Every
Ono go happy. Happy. A re batlo go utlwa.
ke mute la ka mute.
Ai, no sa mute, mara mute no. Le siame ko high.
Oh, Honorable Medupi, how are you?
After such a long time.
Why is it get Honorable Moraka? Ka ipusa no ke abala. Mara no ke thuswa ke manna gore ke tsenya background bathong.
Ba tla go founela ba kope mo gona mo platformong. Etsa video on o ba etsa we go kopa ba go fe background.
Okay.
Ke o mo.
Ke ora is ke tsentse.
Old fashioned.
Ke re ne ke ira dio tsa mala bana ka re maybe a ka ira tsona.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Honorable Tlhapi.
Yes,
For
ma'am.
now, with your portrait orientation, it's fine, but it would be better if you were to do landscape. Have your phone on landscape so that we can fill up the screen a little bit.
Okay.
It's okay if it's not too late to do that.
Okay, let me try.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
am I appearing better now?
You are much better, Honorable Midupi. I'm happy. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Fura, maybe because we're looking at the time, maybe we can request all members to switch on their videos so you can just check who's correct is not correctly framed. As it's 2 o'clock already.
Yeah, we don't have much time. If honorable members can please switch on, especially members who are going to be speaking. Okay. So far, I'm happy. Honorable Finis.
Yes, I don't
Can
see
you please
myself
give
there.
me more of your shoulders? I'm seeing more of your face than the shoulders. Honorable Allen, you are fine. Honorable Mtlongo, I'm happy. Councillor Stella, I'm very happy. Honorable Mashiko, you are okay as well. Honorable Tlhapi, if you can, if you're able to do the landscape, that will be perfect. But if you're not, just make sure that you don't have too much space above your head. You just try and make sure that, yeah, you show me more of your shoulders. Thank you so much. I think we're good to go, colleagues. Thank you.
Well, members, can we
Recording in
observe a
progress.
moment of silent prayer? Thank you. You may be seated. Honorable delegates, I would like to remind delegates that the rules, in particular rules, sub-rules 21, 22, 23 of Rule 103 would apply. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to welcome the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. Minister, you are welcome, and we always look forward to engaging with you in the NCOP. Thank you for being here with us. We also welcome the Minister in the Presidency for Electricity and Energy, the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal Province, Deputy Speaker of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates, and SALGA representatives to the House. Honourable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notices of motion for 20 minutes. And I will now call upon the members that are on the list here to present notices of motion and motions without notice. I will start with the notices of motions and call upon the Honourable Moimang to introduce the first notice of motion.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Province. Greetings to yourself and my esteemed honorable members. Dumelang. I hereby, on behalf of the African National Congress, give notice that in the next council, I shall move that the council debates mechanism to support the mainstreaming of the informal sector into the mainstream economy, which includes the economic integration of business that operate outside the formal economy, like spaza shops, street vendors, and domestic workers, and often characterized by a lack of formality. Secondly, that the Council knows that South Africa's informal sector, which serves as a significant source of employment and income, faces numerous challenges, including limited access to funding, licensing issues, inadequate infrastructure, and inadequate government support. And lastly, that the council acknowledges that the potential of the informal sector providing jobs and income for millions who struggle to find opportunities in the formal labor market, that according to the latest quarterly labor force survey released by Stats SA, informal sector employment accounted for 19.5% of total employment in the fourth quarter of 2024, cementing its status as the second largest source of jobs after the formal sector. I so move, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. The next person to do a motion is the Honorable Medupe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, I hereby give a notice that in the next sitting of the Council, I shall move that the Council debate the problem of public sector ghost employees, which is an orchestrated form of systemic corruption draining state resources. And I acknowledge that the removal of ghost workers from public service payroll will assist with saving state resources by eliminating underused and unscrupulous individuals who are extorting the heart and tax of the people of South Africa. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next motion is from the Honorable Chingwa Mpongose.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the EFF that Council in its next sitting debates the ongoing occurrence of backstreet abortions, termination of pregnancies that continue to exist in poor communities. Young girls continue being made victim to not only pedophilia and statutory rape, but carry the burden of unplanned pregnancies, lack of diverse contraceptive options in public facilities, and thus have their lives and sexual reproductive health rights at risk. In some cases, fatality is the result of the backstreet terminations. This House must come up with tangible ways of addressing prevention methods. Education is a pivotal aspect of primary health care, and find ways to ensure that young girls are protected. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next motion is from the Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves that the House, on its next sitting, debate the alarming budget shortfall affecting the Eastern Cape Scholar Transport Program, which left approximately 50,000 qualifying learners stranded in 2024, forcing many to walk long and often unsafe distance to school. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. The next motion will be moved by the Honorable Tessa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council in its next sitting debates the shortage of qualified artisans in South Africa. Artisans are an important part of all communities, whether it be rural or urban, as the sector is a crucial driver of economic growth and job creation. From energy and water to transport and logistics, all key sectors of the economy are dependent on a ready supply of artisans. A functioning economy must therefore have a sufficient number of artisans, such as engineers, welders, boilermakers, or fabricators, if it is ever ready to fulfill the economic potential. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tessa. And the last motion will be moved by the Honorable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Chair. I hereby, on behalf of the African National Congress, in the next sitting of the House, I shall move that the Council debates the impact of the outbreak of the foot and mouth disease and avian flu-related ban on Brazilian poultry input will have on food security in South Africa. Notes that prices of medically deboned meat have already surged by 140%, pushing up cost for processed products like polony, like disruptions in beef sector create a complex picture for meat affordability, posing particular challenge for lower income households. And lastly, Chair, the Council to report further note that mechanical deboned meat is crucial in the production of the affordable processed meat product such as polony, Viennas, Russians, tin corn beef, which are staples in many South African households. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity to delegates who wish to move motions without notice for the next 20 minutes. In terms of the list before me, the Honorable Moimang will be the first to move a motion without notice. Honorable Moimang, you may proceed.
Greetings again, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes with profound sadness and a great sense of loss the death and the passing away of the former Judge President of the Eastern Cape, Judge Themba Sangoni, after a short illness. Secondly, that the Council knows that Judge Themba Sangoni was a jurist of towering intellect, unwavering principles, and a senior traditional leader of Xokweleni Zimbani Traditional Council in Umtata. Thirdly, that the Council acknowledges that Judge Themba Sangoni dedicated his life to the noble pursuit of justice and the service of his nation, even after his retirement in 2017. And his legacy is etched not only in the histories of our legal system, but also deeply within the hearts of our legal fraternity. And lastly, that the Council takes this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to the Sangoni family, his former colleagues in the benches of the Eastern Cape High Court and across the nation, and hope that they will draw comfort from knowledge that his life was one of the profound purpose and enduring impact. I so move, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Moimang. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Baines.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with utmost concern the senseless random shooting of Mfoleni taxi rank in city of Cape Town on Friday, the 6th of June, 2025, that left 4 innocent people dead. Further notes that whilst the law enforcement agencies have not determined the motive of this shooting, it is not the first of its kind in Cape Town. Acknowledges that the shooting and other related violent gun crimes in the Western Cape Townships demonstrate the free circulation of illegal firearms in the hands of criminals. We therefore take this opportunity to express its heartfelt condolences to the families of the deceased who died on the occasion of this tragic incident, and calls on Lieutenant General Thembisile Patsikile and the South African Police Service to mount a sustained effort against the proliferation of illegal firearms and gangsterism in the townships, and to mobilize more resources to ensure that taxi ranks and train stations around Cape Town are safe for commuters. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Dr. Skriokoko.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that June is celebrated as Pride Month, during which members of the LGBTIQ+ community celebrate their community. Notes the members of the LGBTIQ+ community still suffer from discrimination and violence in South Africa. Further notes that a 2016 survey by Out LGBT Wellbeing revealed that approximately 80% of hate crimes against LGBTIQ+ individuals in South Africa go unreported, primarily due to mistrust in law enforcement and fear of secondary victimization. Number 4, estimates suggest that over 500 lesbians are subjected to corrective rape annually. In 2025, the assassination of a prominent LGBTIQ plus activist Musin Hendricks and Mabusing Ntuli underscores the ongoing threats faced by the community. That this House therefore resolves to wish the LGBTIQ plus community of South Africa well with International Pride Month and with their Pride March, to affirm this House commitment to the protection and the rights of the LGBTIQ plus community, including the transgender community in South Africa. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Is there any objection? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The next Honourable Member is Honourable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We then move on to the Honourable Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the DA, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with grave concern the collapse of emergency and disaster management services in Leidenburg, under the jurisdiction of the Tapachera local municipality, where residents are left vulnerable due to the absence of a functional disaster management center, a severe lack of fire and rescue equipment, and ambulance response times stretching up to 3 days. Further notes that this is not an isolated case, as several municipalities across Mpumalanga are facing similar crises, marked by failing infrastructure, non-existent rescue capacity, and frequently offline emergency call centers. Acknowledges that this ongoing failure places countless lives at risk and undermines the constitutional right to life and access to emergency services. Therefore, calls on the Mpumalanga provincial government and the National Council of Provinces to intervene urgently by deploying mobile disaster management units, restoring functionality to emergency call centers, and working collaboratively to develop an immediate and coordinated provincial disaster response plan to ensure that no municipality is left defenseless in the face of crises. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the next Honourable Member, and that is the Honourable Nzimande.
Thank you. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto Sizwe Party and the people of South Africa to move this motion without notice. That this House notes with deep concern the alarming state of performance outcome of municipalities, including high levels of corruption, irregular expenditure, unauthorized and wasteful and mismanagement in all municipalities run by a GNU collectively and individually. Highlight the distressing situation where millions of rands have been squandered on projects that were never even initiated, like Umzinyathi, where 5.7 million has been squandered and with no one taken through to books. Recognize the AGS finding that only 25 municipalities found with consecutive clean audit out of more than 250 municipalities across the country, showing poor service delivery by the GNU. Calls attention for the dissolution of consistently poorly performed municipalities, and it can be done within the parameters of the law, and arrest everyone that is involved in the supply chain, not only SCM junior officials, but also senior managers, including the politicians. Acknowledge the AXA findings of the repeated causal factors for poor audit outcomes.
Honourable Delegate, your time has expired. The motion will become a notice of a motion and be printed in the next order paper.
Injured.
Please take your seat, Honourable Member.
Hey, these corrupt elements. Hey, these corrupt elements. Hey, yeah.
The next honorable member is the Honorable Noah.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Council that Council notes with pride the organizational, strategic, and tactical resilience of the KwaZulu-Natal SAPS in the fight against violence crimes. Further notes that this resilience has seen swift tracking and arrest of suspects involved in high-level violent crimes, ranging from gang violence, murder, ATM bombings, and cash-in-transit heists in the recent past. Believing that this is due to the visionary and courageous leadership of the SAPS team in KwaZulu-Natal under the leadership of Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, and therefore I take this opportunity to call upon this august House to express its special appreciation on behalf of the people of South Africa to Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi and his team for showing utmost dedication to wage a concerted battle against crime and ensure the safety of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Noah. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the Honorable Peter.
Thank you, Chair. The United Democratic Movement moves without notice that the House notes with grave concern the fire that engulfed the main municipal building and council chamber of Ukumkani Mhlonhlo local municipality in Gumbo on the 1st June 2025, severely damaging key administrative offices and destroying essential municipal documents and infrastructure. UDM recognizes the serious allegation that the fire may have been started deliberately. Shortly after a letter was reportedly written to the Eastern Cape MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Zolile Williams, by United Democratic Movement Councillor Zakeni Nondaka, requesting an investigation into alleged corruption and maladministration at the municipality. UDM calls upon the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, together with the Eastern Cape MEC, to urgently launch a full and transparent forensic investigation into the cause of the fire and all associated allegations of corruption, and to prioritize the swift restoration of municipal operation and oversight. I so moved.
Thank you, Honorable Peter. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We now move on to the Honorable Aris.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that Council notes that hunger and food security are significant challenges in South Africa, affecting a large portion of the population, particularly children. Further note that about 15 million South Africans, which is approximately 25.8% of the population, suffer from food insecurity in this country. Recognize that food shortage is not a cause of hunger, but rather problems such as unequal access to food, poverty, unemployment, inequality, and food systems failure impact negatively on our state and food security. Further, recognize that while a privileged few live in a world of wealth and opulence in this country, millions more of our people survive below the food poverty line, with more than 1,000 children dying from malnutrition each year. Acknowledge that employment plays a critical role in ensuring a household food security, as stable employment opportunities increase household buying power and improve access to food. Further, acknowledge that although social grants provide some form of the relief, they are insufficient to cover nutritional food needs. The economic freedom fighters call on the Finance Minister to increase the social grants, as the current system failed to
Honorable Delegate, your time has expired.
As children and adults.
The motion will become a notice of a motion and printed in full in the next order paper. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that is Honorable Baines.
Baintse dan BJ.
Honorable Chair, can you just give me a moment, or can I be skipped for later?
Okay, we'll move on to the next honorable member.
Thank you.
The next honorable member is Honorable Mokai. Honorable Mokai. Honorable Mokai declines. We then move on to the Honorable Pala.
Thank you, Chair of the session. I here move a motion without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House knows with sadness the death of the former Chief of the South African Army, Lieutenant General Gilbert Lebeko Romano, a former member of the Little Detachment, who played a pivotal role in the integration of the former Liberation Armies into the South African National Defense Force. Further note that Lieutenant General Romano was born in Sophiatown and completed his schooling in Madibana High School before leaving South Africa in 1962 to join the armed wing of the African National Congress, Umkhonto Wesizwe. And we further knows that he was awarded the Order of Star of South Africa in 1999. Therefore, we convey our heart condolences to the family of the Lieutenant General Romano, his friends, and his organization, the African National Congress, in this time of bereavement. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We move on to the next Honorable Member, and that's the Honorable Machoveni.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters. This council notes with grave concern that healthcare in the Eastern Cape province is on the verge of collapse due to the financial problems faced by the provincial government. Further note that public hospitals in rural parts of Eastern Cape, such as Ngamoko Hospital and Butterworth Hospital, have been described as the death trap by residents, as public health care facilities are not suitable for operation and are not placed on healing. Recognize that Section 27 of the Constitution provides that everyone has the right to have access to health care services, including productive health care, and no one may be refused emergency medical treatment. Further, recognize that the state of medical care in this province is in violation of the Constitution itself, acknowledges that poverty, combined with poor public health condition, overcrowded housing, and lack of accessible drinking water and sanitation make residents in the Eastern Cape most vulnerable to ill health. Further acknowledges that the unavailability and delay of ambulance for patients, transfer, and trauma incident is a serious problem in this province, as residents wait for hours for ambulance to arrive. The economic freedom fighters call on the health minister to improve work conditions for medical.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
I so move.
The motion will become a notice of a motion and printed in full in the next order paper. We now move on to the Honorable Molokome.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Without notice on behalf of African National Congress, that the Council knows that on Friday, the 6th June, Deputy President Paul Mashatile unveiled the National Clean Cities and Towns campaign, making a comprehensive approach to urban cleanliness and community engagement. Further notes that the campaign goes beyond mere cleaning, but addresses broader service delivery issues and creates opportunities for community employment. Acknowledges that this initiative, launched at the Walter Sisulu Square of dedication in Kliptown follows the commitment made by the Deputy President at Salga Lekgotla earlier this year to tackle both environmental and social economic challenges, and calls on the people of South African communities to take pride in their local environment and clean where they live without having to be paid. I so move, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We then move on to the next honourable member, and that's the Honourable Brits. I don't see Honourable Brits in the House. We shall then move on to the Honourable Finnis.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the Council notes that on 6 June 2025, the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Honourable Ronald Lamula, launched an initiative aimed at empowering a new generation of peace builders. Further notes that the innovative initiative is jointly implemented by the South African Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, and the Ministry for Foreign Affairs of Finland. Acknowledges that the program directly supports the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2022-50, the African Union Agenda 2063. Particularly its youth-focused governance, peace and security pillars, and the inclusion of youth in formal peace processes worldwide, and aims to empower a new generation of peace builders in the efforts to promote global conflict resolution and achieve sustainable peace. And the governments of South Africa and Finland should be applauded for the initiative because today's generation of youth is the largest in the world that the world has ever known. It accounts for many of those civilians affected by armed conflict, including refugees and displaced persons, and they must be included in the resolution of those
Thank
problems.
you very much, Honourable
I so
Member.
move.
Your time has expired. The motion will become a notice of a motion and printed in full in the next order paper. We now move on to the next honourable member, and that's Honourable Gotzel.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council, 1, welcomes the reapprehension of 3 convicted offenders who, despite serious convictions, including for rape and murder, were erroneously released after being remanded to Paulsmoor Correctional Centre by a High Court order. 2, notes that these developments followed direct parliamentary oversight by the DA, including unannounced visits and formal inquiries, which revealed administrative failures in the remand and detention processes. 3, expresses concern over the reliance on outdated systems and processes within government departments, which pose a risk to public safety and the integrity of the justice system. 4, acknowledges the importance of Parliament's oversight function in uncovering failures, compelling accountability, and protecting the rights and safety of South Africans. 5, calls on this House to affirm its commitment to strengthening the oversight role of all members of Parliament, even when it exposes uncomfortable truths within government departments. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We then move on to the next honourable member, and that is Honourable Kaunda.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes with appreciation that eThekwini and Msunduzi municipality have again hosted a successful combat marathon. Further note that this highly recognized leading international marathon has stimulated economic growth and provided opportunities to the KZN community on job creation, creative industry, and hospitality industry. Also note that this has injected a necessary economic recovery post-COVID-19, the civil unrest, floods, and other disasters that have engulfed the province. Therefore, congratulates the winners, Mr. Dijane, Ms. Stein, and congratulate eThekwini and Msunduzi and wish them well as they prepare for the Hollywood Bets Dep in July, which is yet another leading international horse race that will be happening in July. I so move, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kawunda. Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We then move on to the Honorable Nonkonyana.
Deputy Chair, honorable members, I rise to move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress, the real Congress of the people, that this House, one, notes with excitement the recent announcement by Sandral of a 3.5 billion rands infrastructure project in the Eastern Cape. Two, further notes that the Eastern Cape is undergoing major transformation as towns like Butterworth, Tunda, Bagazi, Umkha, Bisho, Mushwa are turned into sprawling construction zones that signifies the investment by Sandral. Three, acknowledges that the ambitious infrastructure rollout spanning several municipalities is not only set to upgrade the critical national roads and ease traffic congestion, but has already created over 1,200 jobs opportunities and launched training programs for local youth and interns. And lastly, therefore, this House takes the opportunity to congratulate Sandral on the development of the infrastructure and the fulfillment of the mandate of managing and maintaining South African national road networks. I so move. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nonkonyana. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Baines, are you now ready with your motion?
No, Deputy Chairperson, I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the notices of motion. We now move on to the next item on our agenda. Honorable delegates, we now proceed to the Youth Day debate with the theme Advancing Skills for the Evolving World of Work, Empowering Youth for Economic Transformation. I now call upon the Honorable Chikunga, the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, to open the debate. Honorable Minister, welcome to the House once again. You have 22 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, honorable members, fellow South Africans, and most importantly, the young people of our nation, especially those watching this debate from the GCIS Media Center here at Parliament and across our provinces in our country. We gather today during Youth Month 2025 under the theme Skills for the Changing World, Empowering Youth for Meaningful Economic Participation. This is not just a theme, it is a national imperative because the economy is changing and the question before us is not whether it will change, but whether our young people will lead in that change or be left behind by it. This debate, Chairperson, is not ceremonial. It is a test of political will. It calls on all of us to match the courage of 1976 with concrete action in 2025. This year marks 49 years since the Soweto uprising, a moment that altered the course of our struggle for dignity and liberation. But if we are to truly honor the generation of 1976, we must do more than recite their names. We must confront the crisis that young people face today with the same moral clarity and agency that C.S. Mashinini and his peers showed when they rose up against oppression. Much of the public memory has focused in Soweto, and rightly so. But we must also remember that across the country, young people paid with their lives. John Davids, 16 years old, was shot in the back of the head in Manenberg in Cape Town. Dennis Lanza and Abel Gwabe were gunned down in the streets of Western Cape. Enoch Foley was shot above the heart in Soweto. 12-year-old Hector Peterson in Soweto. 15-year-old Hastings Ndlovu of Soweto. And many others disappeared without a trace, unnamed, unaccounted for, yet not forgotten. These were not accidental casualties. They were deliberate sacrifices made in the fight for a South Africa in which youth could speak, learn, live, and lead freely. So as we approach the 50th anniversary of 1976, let us recommit, not to symbolic gestures, but to action. Let us ensure that history is not just remembered, but redeemed through justice for today's youth. Chairperson, if we are to respond to the justified impatience of our young people, we must begin by confronting the facts, not with alarmism, but with clarity and resolve. As of 2024, South Africa is home to approximately 20.6 million young people between the ages of 15 and 34. That is over a third of our total population. If we are bold enough to unlock their potential, this is not just a demographic trend, it is a strategic national asset. But we must be honest about where we stand. The youth unemployment rate remains unacceptably high at 46.1%. Among those aged between 15 and 24, it reaches 62.4%, signaling deep barriers to early labor market entry. The NEET rate, which is young people not in education, employment, or training, currently sits at 45.1%. Young women are disproportionately affected, with a NEET rate of 48.1% compared to 42.2% for young men. These are not just statistics, these are structural realities, and they must inform every decision we make. The economic implications are significant. According to estimates from the National Treasury and the Human Science Research Council, the cost of the NEET phenomenon to the South African economy is between 80 and 120 billion rand each year through low tax revenue, increased reliance on social grants, unused productive capacity, and slower economic growth. But beyond the economic cost lies a deeper imperative. Every NEET is not a number. They're a young South African with no income, no skills development, and no visible pathway into the future. Whether they live in Delft, Giyani, Mdansane, Kopliegte, or Elukwatini, their hopes and frustrations must sit at the center of our policy response. Chairperson, this is why youth investment must never be viewed as a welfare burden. It must be seen and treated as South Africa's single most powerful lever for economic renewal and transformation. And that is the work we have begun to advance decisively and deliberately. Chairperson, if we are serious about reducing youth unemployment, we must follow the data and direct our efforts where opportunities exist and where they are growing. In the 2023-24 financial year, youth employment was primarily concentrated in community and social services at 30%, largely through education assistance and public works. Trade and retail at 19%, especially in wholesale and hospitality. Construction at 9%, finance and business services at 8%, agriculture at 5%. This tells us two things. First, that many young people are finding work in temporary and low-income sectors. Second, that we need to expand pathways into more resilient and future-focused industries. Looking ahead to 2025-26, the sectors with the highest potential for youth absorptions are digital and platform economy, green economy, care economy, agro-processing and rural enterprise, infrastructure and reconstruction, tourism and hospitality. These are not future aspirations. They are current growth areas that demand targeted skills and clear coordination between government, training institutions, and the private sector. The real task is to align our investment in education, skills, and enterprise development with these absorption trends and to ensure that our policies are not just preparing youth for the job market, but helping shape it. Chairperson, the economy we are preparing young people for is not the one we inherited. It is the one we are building. And if we are to place youth at the center of this economy, we must ensure that our policies, our programs, and our partnerships are aligned with growth sectors and future skills. Government is already acting, not with wishful thinking, but with coordinated investment. In the digital and platform economy, we are positioning youth to lead. Through the South African National Service Institute, led by Defense, thousands of young people are being equipped with advanced skills in artificial intelligence, coding, robotics, and cybersecurity. This past week, Minister Angie Motshekga presided over the graduation of the first Sansi Youth Cadets, a milestone that proves government is delivering, not just promising. These cadets were trained not only in technical fields, but also in health promotion, agro-processing, public service, and leadership, laying the foundation for a new generation of skilled, disciplined, and nation-oriented youth leaders. Our TVET colleges are evolving into digital and innovation hubs, and SA Youth Mobi is connecting over 4.7 million young people to jobs, learning, and entrepreneurial opportunities. Through the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention launched in 2020, government has created over 1.6 million earning opportunities, including the largest youth employment program in our democratic history. The Basic Education Employment Initiative, which placed over 300,000 young people as education and learner support assistants across South Africa. Just this morning, President Ramaphosa visited some of these presidential youth flagship programs in Tshwane, reaffirming the highest level of government commitment to investing in young people as a core pillar of economic transformation. Building on this model, we are now expanding into the care economy, deepening youth employment pathways in early childhood development, disability services, elder care, and mental health. In the green economy, we are no longer speaking in future tense. The critical mineral strategy, our transition to green hydrogen, and the circular economy agenda are all being linked to youth skilling and enterprise development. In agro-processing and agri-tech, we are unlocking economic dignity through land, food, and logistics. The Youth Challenge Fund and Township and Rural Entrepreneurship Program have supported thousands of youth-led agri-processing. In infrastructure and the creative economy, we are building careers that cross the spectrum. Young artisans are being deployed through the infrastructure investment plan, maintenance brigades, and housing delivery teams. In the creative industry, from music to animation, gaming to fashion, the NYDA, DSEC, and social employment programs are supporting youth to turn talent into enterprise. Chairperson, we are not waiting for jobs to appear. We are shaping an economy that recognizes youth as producers of value, not just the recipient of programs. Honorable members, as the Department in the Presidency for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, our mandate is to coordinate and monitor youth development across government, ensuring alignment, coherence, and accountability. Our government has adopted a multi-pronged interdepartmental approach to youth development, guided by a clear policy and legislative framework. A key example of this coordination is the National Pathway Management Network, a presidential initiative designed to connect young people to opportunities across sectors. This initiative is evolving and is being refined based on evidence. At the center of this is the National Youth Policy 2030, a framework that outlines 5 key priorities: quality education and skills development, 2, economic transformation and job creation, 3, social cohesion and nation building, 4, healthcare and well-being, and 5, effective and responsive youth development institutions. The National Youth Development Agency, NYDA, remains central to the youth development ecosystem. Thousands of young people have been supported with business development services, grant finance, and mentoring. Through the National Youth Service, we are activating youth across municipalities and provinces, not only to build skills, but to foster civic duty and community development. On the legislative front, the NYDA Amendment Bill is before Parliament to strengthen youth coordination and monitoring. The Public Procurement Act has provisions for set-asides for youth-owned enterprises at 30% for youth, 40% for women, and 7% for persons with disabilities, a major step in inclusive economic participation. The Education Skill Development Plan, as sector education and training authorities are being realigned to the jobs of the future. Chairperson, these are not isolated initiatives. They form a strategic architecture that we must consolidate and scale. The challenge is no longer about launching new pilots, but it is about coordination across departments, coherence in funding models, and consistent youth participation in planning and implementation. We have the tools, now we must sharpen them and deploy them with political will and strategic agency. Chairperson, Youth Month is not only a time for commemoration, it is a time for listening, learning, and acting with intention. I want to take a moment to reflect on what I have seen and heard directly from young people over the past week. On 3 June, we officially launched Youth Month in Soweto, the very birthplace of the 1976 uprising. There, we listened to Tsepo Litia, a young engineer from Soweto, who moderated a powerful panel. His call was clear: we must build real bridges between the people and the state. He reminded us that opportunity must not be a distant promise, but a visible path. We also heard from Matoti Ptelezi, a 22-year-old from Umlazi, who moderated a powerful intergenerational panel between young people with disabilities, youth in economics, young mental health activists, developmental partners, and the private sector, all attempting to find that sweet spot of effective, meaningful, and intentional collaboration. Later that same day, we convened the Ministerial Youth Think Tank in partnership with Empower Works. This was an intimate, solution-driven session with young professionals, creatives, entrepreneurs, and activists from across the country. One of the most profound contributions came from Tsepo Tsane, originally from Limpopo, and now a transsector and sustainable finance advisor at RMB. He presented a strategic framework for better coordination and youth programs across government and the private sector. He warned against duplication and called for a matchmaking architecture, one that aligns skills, funding, mentorship, and enterprise development into a single accessible pipeline. Ms. Ayanda Vana, representing the agri-innovation sector, gave insight into the work of Kula, a tech-driven tool connecting smallholder farmers to inputs, logistics, and markets. Platforms like Kula, led by young South Africans, are already transforming how townships and rural farmers access markets and services. This is how we move from land access to market inclusion. And then there was Ms. Olwetu Lishabane, who encouraged us to ensure that TVET women graduates have access to market. Solutions to this concern came from the very same room. Chairperson, these are not just stories. They are policy alerts. They are reminders that when we say nothing about us without us, we mean just that. Youth must not only be consulted, they must be co-creators, co-implementers, and co-accountable. This is how we will shift the needle from slogan to systems. Chairperson, before I proceed to my concluding remarks, allow me to acknowledge a very special group of young South Africans. Right now, in the GCIS Media Center in Parliament, over 100 young people are gathered for a Youth Day debate watch party hosted in partnership with National Youth Development Agency, that is NYDA, and Parliament. These are learners, students, professionals, academics, activists, entrepreneurs, and leaders watching members of Parliament debate their lives in real time. This initiative is more than symbolic. It is a deliberate effort to bring our young people closer to the democratic institutions that shape their lives. It is about creating a culture of civic education, political accountability, and meaningful participation, because public policy must not be crafted behind closed doors, and Parliament must not be a place that feels distant, elite, or unapproachable. When young people sit in the room, the space becomes more honest. The stakes become more real. This is the beginning of something we must expand: youth parliaments, open debates, civic dialogues, and more public platforms for young voices, not as events, but as critical tenets of our accountability ecosystem. Our democracy will not be defended by security fences. It will be defended by a generation that sees Parliament as their house too. To the young people watching, we see you, we thank you, and we are accountable to you. Chairperson, as we close this debate, let us be honest. The work is far from being done. We are not here to celebrate a perfect scorecard. We are here to recommit to the work of youth development. In the days ahead, some honorable members may ask, education transformation, and the doors of learning. Some may ask, why are we still facing these challenges after 30 years of democracy? My answer is, because transformation is not an event, it is a process. And no country with our history of racialized exclusion, economic distortion, and spatial inequality could undo that legacy overnight. But when you look at the transformation in the education sector alone, it is clear we have not stood still. We have moved deliberately and with purpose. Exactly 70 years ago, the Freedom Charter was adopted in Kliptown. Within it, a declaration that would inspire generations, including the youth of 1976, that doors of learning and culture shall be opened. Today, we honor that promise, not with slogans, but with results. 1994, the matric pass rate stood at 58%. More striking. In 1991, the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, that is NSFAS, had a budget of just 33 million rand, serving barely 7,000 students. Today, that budget exceeds 52 billion rand, funding over 1.1 million students at universities and TVET colleges across our country. This has fundamentally changed the face of our institutions. In 1994, Black students made up just 50% of those enrolled in higher education. By 2020, that number had grown to 80%. Over 860,000 Black students accessing the space once reserved for a few. And in 2017, our government converted NSFAS from a loan to a grant, ensuring that education would no longer become a death sentence for the poor and working class youth. Beyond NSFAS, public scholarship from national, provincial, and local government, such as the NYDA Solomon Mahlangu Scholarship Fund, have opened doors. We have also made significant strides in gender equity. Over 60% of higher education graduates today are women, a generational achievement in access, representation, and inclusion. Chairperson, thousands of our finest professionals across the public service, private sector, and civil society are products of this investment. Yes, there are challenges: infrastructure, student accommodation, and NSFAS administration, but these are being addressed with agency and political will. Under the leadership of Minister Nobuhle Nkabane, we are seeing critical reforms across NSFAS, CETAs, and other skills development entities. Their mandate is clear: to ensure that no deserving student is left behind and that every public grant delivers public value. We also honor Mongintuli, a young woman from Rosettenville, Johannesburg, who completed a degree in actuarial sciences, one of the most challenging degrees at the University of Pretoria, at the age of 17 years. So 30 years later, we can say without hesitation that South Africa has honored the Freedom Charter, respected the spirit of 1976, and opened the doors of learning to millions. So, Chairperson and honorable members, let us close with the clarity this moment demands. We have a clear theme: skills for the changing world, empowering youth for meaningful economic participation. We have a clear demographic opportunity: over 20 million young people hungry to contribute. And we have a clear responsibility to ensure that no young person is left behind, trapped in the margins of a democracy they were born into. Let this Youth Day not be a ritual of remembrance, but a mandate for renewal. Let us lead, let us listen, let us deliver. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Jobs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Your timing was perfect. Honorable members, I now also like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Minister Ramakgoba. We thank you for joining us, and you will be speaking a little later. We now move on to the next speaker, and that is the Honorable Sithole. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, Honorable Chipunga, Honorable Minister of Planning and Monitoring and Evaluation, Honorable Ramakgoba, Honorable Deputy Ministers, the Chief Whip of the Council, Honorable members, fellow South African, good afternoon. Today, as we gather to mark Youth Day 2025, the timely theme is advancing skills for the evolving world of work, empowering the youth for economic transformation, which speaks to both the legacy of 1976 youth and the urgent aspiration of 2025 generation. Today's debate commemorates young people's daring and selfless contribution to the freedom and democracy we enjoy today. It demonstrates our boundless honor for the determined and brave young people who showed their hunger for equal citizenship, equal education, freedom, justice, dignity, and better life. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the ANC-led government declares June 16 as a National Youth Day, which celebrates and honors the revolutionary courage and sacrifice that the youth of our country have made in the fight for freedom and democracy in South Africa. It was on June 16, 1976, in the dusty street of Soweto, when the apartheid security forces opened fire against the unarmed students who were marching in a peaceful protest against the introduction of Bantu education. This resulted in the ruthless and callous death of over 176 people killed by the apartheid security forces. Honorable Chairperson, the apartheid regime had issued a decree for Afrikaans to become a medium of instruction in all schools. Students revolted not only against the imposing of Afrikaans, but the Bantu education, because they knew it was inferior and designed to prepare them to be drawers of water and hewers of wood. The apartheid ideology espoused that whites were by nature superior and that blacks were inherently inferior. The architect of institutionalized racism, Hendrik Verwoerd, the then Minister of Native Affairs, had clearly expressed the regime's view about the black people and their future. He said, "There is no place for the Bantu in the European community above the level of the certain forms of labor. What is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when they cannot use it in practice? That is quite absurd. Education must train people in accordance with their opportunity in life, according to the sphere in which they live in. Not knowing, we will rise and continue to rise as a black child." On the 16th of June 1976, thousands of students gathered at school assemblies across Soweto for a protest march to Orlando Stadium. Heavily armed police opened fire on the students as they were marching peacefully and refused to despair. 15-year-old Huston Ndlovu and a 12-year-old Hector Peterson were the first to be brutally killed by the police. The death rate increased. We salute everyone who fell in this battle, not just the two young heroes. Scores of student activists went to exile, fleeing police brutality. Others sadly died in foreign lands, leaving families in anguish, such as TSC, Mashinini, and many were imprisoned for long periods, such as Khozo, Seatlholo, and others. Others went missing, such as Mbuisa Makubu, who is in the iconic picture that was taken by the photographer Sam Nzima in it. He is seen carrying Hector Peterson with his sister Antoinette Sithole running frantically next to them. Honorable Chairperson, the youth of 1976 demonstrate in their deeds and conviction that education remains one of the most powerful instruments for changing the lives of ordinary young people and enabling them to become empowered, active citizens. Just as the youth of 1976 stood against an oppressive and exclusionary education system, today youth confront new, however, equal agent barriers such as economic exclusion, structural unemployment, digital dividends, and unequal access to opportunities in an era shaped by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Their fight continues not against apartheid law, but against an economy and education system that still marginalizes the majority and fails to prepare them adequately for the future. Honorable Chairperson, today's debate's theme reminds us that we owe it to the youth of 1976 to work tirelessly with great determination to empower them to economic freedom and transformation. We must equip the youth to participate in the economy, rebuild it, own it, and lead it into a new era of inclusive, just, and people-driven development. Honorable Chairperson, 31 years into democracy, despite progressive policies, too many young South Africans, especially women and those in rural areas, remain locked out of the mainstream economy. The high youth unemployment rate are a national crisis that demand rapid and sustainable intervention. We must move beyond preparing young people just for jobs and instead of focus on building a generation of entrepreneurs, innovators, and economic disruptors. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC-led government has introduced many initiatives such as NYDA and CETAS. These programs have had a meaningful impact on many young people's lives. However, we acknowledge that they must be done. These efforts must be scaled, made more innovative, and aligned with the demand of the evolving world of work. It must be noted that as the ANC honorable members, we have never said in 30 years will be done. We said the struggle, it continues. The National Youth Policy 2020 to 2030 rightly identified digital access, developing digital skills as urgent priorities. Yet, many of the country's youth face a digital divide that mirrors historical inequality. This is why the ANC government has prioritized large-scale infrastructure investment to close this divide, including expanding broadband connectivity, roll out digital learning devices in under-resourced schools, and establishing Fourth Industrial Revolution across all provinces. These centers offer hand-on training in artificial intelligence, data science, robotic, and other advanced technologies. For example, the Fourth Industrial Revolution Center in the Eastern Cape trains youth in coding and facilitate partnership with local industries in pilot technology, driving a social enterprise. In parallel, we have enacted legal reform such as the Basic Education Law Amendment, which is the Bella Act, which guarantees equitable access to education and addresses systematic barriers. The Bella Act ensures that no learner is excluded based on a socio-economic status and creates framework for more inclusive and quality education. This act is a foundational to ensuring that learners in rural villages, in Zolo, in the Eastern Cape, and in Hlauti, in KwaZulu-Natal, in Madutle Primary School in the Northwest, the same quality of education as learners in urban centers like Sandton in Gauteng. The ANC is also steadfast in promoting equitable skills development through instruments like the NSFAS, which continues to support deserving youth in accessing higher education and TVET colleges. This institution, alongside the National Skills Fund, are critical pillars in our strategy to develop essential skills and ensuring alignment with the Master Skills Plan and National List of Occupation in High Demand. This coordinates efforts are designed to close the gap between the skills we produce and the labor market demand. Honorable Chairperson, we must pause and ask ourselves, for what purpose are we skilling our youth? We are not merely preparing them to enter a structural, unjust, and exclusionary economy. We are skilling the youth to transform the economy, demonstrate it, and align it with the value of our Constitution. These are not skills for survival, but a sovereignty and leadership. Our vision is for a generation equipped with a technical know-how, critical consciousness, and innovative capacity to build an economy that does not reproduce poverty and inequality, but break their very foundation. This means skill enabling young people to lead in green energy, artificial intelligence advances, manufacturing, creating industries and social entrepreneurship reflecting the future and demand transformation. Such skills must be equal accessible so that young women in a rural village has the same shot at economic freedom as a young man in an urban tech hub. In this way, our youth will not merely adapt to the future of work, they will define it. This is the true empowerment, preparing young people not just to participate in the economy, but to reshape it in line with the values of equity, dignity, and justice that underpin our democratic order. To succeed, the ANC recognizes that government alone cannot solve these challenges. We are deepening partnership with business, civil society, and labor. These collaborations are essential to mobilizing resources, innovating solutions, and creating real opportunity for young people. Through initiatives like public-private partnership for technology hub and innovation incubators, young entrepreneurs are receiving mentorship, seed funding, and market access, among other things. Additionally, we call for a national skills audit involving all government departments and the private sector to assess where reskilling is needed most urgently. This will allow us to target resources effectively and create platforms where young people can lead innovation in real terms, from grassroots initiative to high-tech ventures. Our education system is evolving. The expansion of TVET College and the three streams model offering academic, vocation, and technical pathways ensure that no younger person is left behind due to a rigid system. Furthermore, emerging technology like AI should not be a threat that replaces our youth, but a tool that empowers them. To that end, our industrial policy is shifting to foster youth-led business and create work environment that embraces human-machine collaboration. As we draw inspiration from the words of the great African revolutionary Amilcar Cabral, who said, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victory." We must be honest about the challenges we face and be bold in our commitment to creating real and lasting change. Our youth deserve nothing less. As the ANC, we said in 30 years, we never said it will be done, but we said the struggle continues. This day allows all of us to salute the courageous action of our youth whose struggle made it possible for us to begin labor of love and build a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. I wish you all a happy National Youth Day. May the courage and the vision displayed by our youth 30 years ago on 16 June 1976 inspire and motivate all of us as we strive to bring happiness to our youth and people during this, our age of hope. Long live the memory of June 16 youth, long live. Amandla, Matimba.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Satola. That was a well-timed debate. We now move on to the next speaker, and that's the Honorable Adriansa from the Democratic Alliance. Honorable Member, you have 7 minutes.
I'm not young enough. No, I'm off. Good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members, all the youth and fellow South Africans. Good day. As Youth Day approaches, we pause to celebrate the strength, the resilience, and the unlimited potential of our young people. In South Africa, those aged between 15 to 34, I don't see a lot of them here, the youth are the vibrant force shaping our nation's future. Yet, beyond the celebrations, we must recognize the wounds of our past, as mentioned by the Minister and the previous speaker, as well as the ongoing challenges faced today by our youth. Today's call to action: to invest in the youth's dreams, amplify their voices, and work together to build a brighter, more inclusive tomorrow. The future of our nation rests in their hands, and it's our collective responsibility to support and empower them today. Youth is a critical phase in a human life. It is a time of profound and personal and social development. It's when skills are developed and civic engagement and consciousness begins to take root. This period lays the foundation for breaking cycles of poverty, creating meaningful lives, and fueling economic growth. As enshrined in the Constitution, every young person has the right to quality education and skills development. Investing in our youth is investing in the future of South Africa. Remember Shakespeare's timeless question, to be or not to be? That is the question. Spoken by young Hamlet during his existential crisis, and in a dilemma that still resonates with our youth of today. In our modern technological advance era, the question might have been today, to AI or not to AI? The answer is clear. We must embrace innovation. Doing so unlocks new opportunities and paves the way for a brighter future for the next generation. We are living through an unprecedented period of technological change. Faster, quicker, everything changes rapidly. The internet has fundamentally transformed society, and since 2022, ChatGPT reshaped the AI landscape, opening new horizons while also raising important questions about the future of work and education. Statistics tell a compelling story. According to Stats SA, youth make up approximately 50.2% of the working population, with youth unemployment at 46.1%, and in Northwest, it rises to a staggering 58.8%. This crisis is serious, but it also presents a remarkable opportunity for change and growth. The world of work is changing faster than ever. Automation, digitalization, and sustainable development are reshaping industries. The key to inclusive growth lies in our youth, skilled, educated, and adaptable young people ready to lead. Data shows that many employed young workers are concentrated in low-skilled service-based jobs. Skills are the backbone of a resilient economy. The fourth industrial revolution demands more than traditional education. It calls for creativity, critical thinking, digital literacy, and an entrepreneurial spirit. Skills that empower our youth to innovate, create jobs, and drive economic transformation. We must foster safe, inclusive educational spaces free from bullying. We must tackle substance abuse head-on with proactive support and prevention. We must ensure that every community has access to affordable, reliable internet, bridging the digital divide. We need to modernize our education system, integrating coding, soft skills, and problem solving, preparing our youth for the challenges of tomorrow. We must forge partnerships with business and social and civil society to create meaningful internships, mentorships, and entrepreneurial opportunities to support the youth's ideas and drive economic growth. Technology should be used as a tool for equality, democratizing access to quality education and empowering innovation. In conclusion, urgent and decisive action is essential. Our youth are the architects of our future, and they must embrace lifelong learning, adaptability, and innovation. As Aristophanes said, youth ages, look at me, immaturity is outgrown. Ignorance can be educated, but stupidity lasts forever. Let's dedicate ourselves to equipping every young person with the education and skills they need to thrive today. We can build a resilient, inclusive future.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Your time has expired.
We survive, but truly prosper. Let's do this.
Thank you very much. We now move on to the next Honourable Member, and that will be the Honourable Minister in the Presidency for Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. Honourable Ramakgopa, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and thank you for this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity, of course, to acknowledge yourself as the Deputy Chairperson, the Chief Whip, Honourable Muimang, Minister in Presidency for Women, Children and People with Women, Youth and People with Disability, Honorable Chikunga, honorable members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This year, of course, we commemorate the Youth Month in celebration of socio-economic gains that have been made in South Africa's democracy and the vigor to do more to get where we want to be as a nation. And of course, a number of people that spoke before me have spoken about the need to be able to adapt to AI, and I couldn't agree more with that. So it means that we need to really look at the issue of transition, not only to transit to energy, but to also transit to AI and a better technology. Therefore, reskilling and making sure that we adapt whatever it is that we put in place to what we need for the economy can never be more emphasized than we can today. It is our commitment, of course, Honorable Chairperson, as the South African government to implement sustainable solutions and address past inequalities which have been exacerbated by modern day challenges. Honorable members, the true measure of a nation's future lies with its ability to invest in and also unlock the full potential of its youth. The medium-term development plan of 2024 to 2029, the blueprint guiding the work of this seventh administration of the South African government, places at its center mainstreaming of women, youth, and persons with disability in the implementation of plans and policies to achieve the three strategic priorities of the seventh administration. And of course, those three priorities are driving inclusive growth and job creation, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, also to build a capable, ethical and developmental state. The South African government is making meaningful strides in strengthening the capacity of the state to deliver integrated youth development across all our departments and spheres of government, as well as society in general. This work is not just a technical imperative, it is also a moral and economic necessity. At the center of this work, there is a flagship program, of course, that we all know about, the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. Since its launch in 2020, the PYEI has created about 1.57 million earning opportunities, with over 4.78 million young people now registered on the National Pathway Management Network. The PYEI aims to reduce youth unemployment by 10 to 20 percentage points by the year 2030. This can also be realized through coordination, commitment, and shared accountability across government, but also with private sector and civil society. The Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation is focused in this regard on deepening collaboration across government to enhance coordination, but also to translate government's ambition to plans into delivery. A major milestone in this agenda has been the deepening of collaboration between DPME as well as National Youth Development Agency to ensure that youth development becomes a mainstreamed, budgeted and monitored program of government rather than just a peripheral or symbolic activity. This partnership has resulted in the following: the revised terms of reference for youth development coordination structures, which now provides clearer mandates, reduce duplication and also promote accountability across departments and provinces. The integration of youth development priorities into departmental plans, budget, with DPME working closely with all departments to ensure that they set measurable targets backed by adequate resourcing. The MTDP further supports that we be able to undertake annual performance plans and strategic plans of government departments and to ensure that it is aligned, of course, with youth development mandates. The development of monitoring and evaluation framework to track youth-focused delivery across the state, from skills programs in TVET colleges and universities to workplace-based learning and public employment schemes. This framework definitely will be embedded into the national performance reporting architecture. Honorable members, an existing new frontier in the work of accelerate youth development in the South African National Youth Service Institute, a structure which serves as a catalyst for large-scale youth participation in national development while aligning skills supply with economic demand, says the following: they seek to achieve facilitating work-based learning and experiential training for thousands of young people through structured service opportunities. They also seek to achieve supporting skills development aligned to reindustrialization and local economic needs. They also seek to achieve, lastly, enabling coordinated off-take agreements between training providers and employers to close the gap between education and employment. It is important to note that SANSI does not operate in isolation. It is also designed to interface with the existing coordination mechanisms at the level of presidency, including the Project Management Office, as well as the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention Team. This alignment ensures that SANSI's work is directly informed by national priorities and contributes to the broader performance targets of our government. Similarly, the Higher Education and Skills Development Plan, as presented by the Department of Education and Training under Honorable Ngebani, maps out ambitious targets for the post-school system, and this includes, amongst the most, producing 7,000 graduates in JED-related and high-demand sectors, registering 10,000 learners in priority occupation by 2030, increasing TVET enrollment to 2.5 million, and expanding community education, training, and colleges. They are also funding 550,000 university students and 300,000 TVET students annually through NSFAS that everyone has spoken about. But they are also going to be producing 30,000 artisans by 2030, and this will be speaking to our target of NDP. These targets are critical to ensuring that our youth are not only trained, but also absorbed in the economy. The challenge is not just access, but also alignment by ensuring that we can teach what the market needs. As a result, the issue of ensuring that partnerships are strengthened between private sector as well as government is quite important. One of the key strategies of implementing government's plans and achieving our strategic priority is strengthening partnership between government and private sectors, I've already said. Through the government-business partnership, government is working with the private sector to unlock demand-led skilling, inclusive hiring, and support for small, medium, and micro enterprises, and also in the informal economy. The NYDA is playing an important role in this partnership, ensuring that young people are not excluded from emerging opportunities of this economy. Additionally, the structure of this partnership, which combines joint meetings of government and business, dedicated delivery and teams, and oversight by ministers, ensures high-level accountability and responsiveness. Honorable members, youth development is central to our intervention to institutionalize planning across the state. At a stakeholder consultative meeting held by key government departments, which included Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, DPME, DHET, and Department of Employment and Labor, the NYDA consensus was reached that youth development must be institutionalized at a very level of government. The key action points to institutionalize youth development and to mainstream the youth across state includes reviving the Presidential Youth Working Group to provide high-level political oversight, as well as establishing a cross-sectoral integrated youth development forum, strengthening local government's role in the implementation of youth program on the ground, as well as developing radical monitoring and evaluation framework to eliminate duplication as well as delivery points. In this regard, let us remember that youth development is not just the responsibility of one department or one agency. It is a business of the entire nation. Therefore, collective action is necessary to achieve our goals of developing the country's youth. Together, this purpose, partnership, and political will, we will realize our goal to move from policy to progress and to also plan to implement youth development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Ramakgopa. We now call upon the next honorable member, and that's Honorable Breed.
Dankie. Ek dink hy's spreker.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Today's Youth Day debate topic is if you look at the beautiful picture that the ANC wants to show the world during this G20 activities this year, is what that we have to expect. Nice pictures like they spoke about today does not hide away the realities that our young people have every day and the opportunities that are lost.
Young South Africans took to the streets to demand more inclusive and empowering learning opportunities. Today, 49 years later, there is a sharp and bitter irony that we must face on this commemoration of Youth Day. Although the educational opportunities for young South Africans have changed since that fateful day, it also hasn't. Education has deteriorated to such an extent that the vast majority of our youth are left almost unemployable. According to the AGSA's report in 2019, CETAs, I believe it was mentioned today, shockingly recorded over 1 billion rand in irregular expenditure, and much of it was directly linked to leadership and cadre deployment. Well, the ANC boasts of the amount of learning institutions that have been brought about under their leadership. We learn from the AGSA that in 2022 alone, over 2.5 billion rand was lost to non-existent and ghost skills development projects and institutions. It would, however, be amiss of me not to acknowledge what the current Minister of Basic Education in the GNU has done to, amongst others, eradicate pit toilets in schools. But basic education, that which is the foundation of our children, is still a long way from being without worry. According to research released by Amnesty International, over 3,900 illegal pit toilets were still in South African schools by 2024. And the most recent data reveals that at least 8,200 schools nationwide face severe overcrowding, needing an estimated 32 billion rand to resolve. A further delve into the reality of this reveals that the youth, betrayed by the callous corruption of the ANC for the past 30 years, are forced to exit school prematurely due to a number of devastating but entirely man-made circumstances. 62.1% of South African children face multidimensional poverty, meaning that they do not have enough money for transport, nutritious food, school fees, or even uniforms. Rampant teenage pregnancies play a major contributing factor to learners leaving their educations behind, with over 150,000 girls having fallen pregnant between 2022 and 2023, with some of those girls being as shockingly young as 10 years old. Voorsitter, vandag se onderwerp
Today we're speaking about the empowering of the youth, and the fact is what factors there are why they are not empowered to actively take part in our economy. And that is why South Africa has the highest youth unemployment in the world. And this is not a beautiful picture. Learners in rural areas are more vulnerable because there's not good management and the schools don't have the necessary equipment. The schools, in the Northern Cape is very big, it's very rural. In the Joe Maralong municipality, only 50% of all the learners who started in grade 1 eventually managed to get to grade 12. And if you look of that percentage, only 15% matriculated. And if you look at 82% of all of them, these are the youth who were pregnant, cannot read with understanding. And that is why we must understand that the young people can't enter the job market because they're not equipped. And that is why they get jobs for unschooled work. And this is how we fail our young people. And this is the future of our country that we're looking at.
As a better life for all. And education is a ladder out of poverty, and education is a right, not a privilege. Be put into actual practice and not just remain slogans. Voorsitter, ek dankie.
Chairperson, I thank you.
Baie dankie.
Thank you for your inputs, Honorable Breed.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue on the online platform and now welcome the Western Cape Deputy Speaker, Honorable Regan Allen. Honorable Allen.
Honorable House Chairperson, esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, guests, and most importantly, the vibrant and resilient young people of the Western Cape and of South Africa. Today, we gather to commemorate the upcoming Youth Day to celebrate their courage, their dreams, and the boundless potential of our young people. On this particular day, we will also remember the brave students of 1976 who stand against injustice in Soweto on the 16th of June, ignited a flame of hope that still burns brightly in our hearts. And that generation, Deputy Chairperson, is of young people that stood up not only against an unjust system, but also for the fundamental right to a dignified future. They did not see themselves as heroes. They saw themselves as being the future architects of our society. To ultimately, Chairperson, to protect as an investment, they ultimately sacrificed their life. They have been incredibly brave, and we have seen their sacrifices pave the way for the democracy that we live in today. So, Chairperson, on the 16th of June 1976, South Africa witnessed a moment that would forever reshape our history. Deputy Chairperson, as we reflect on their courage, their sacrifice, and their belief for a better future, it is to inspire us. But, Chairperson, I'm at pains today knowing that for many young people in our country, the diploma, the degree they hold feels meaningless without tangible opportunities. Young South Africans frequently find the door of economic participation shut, unable to secure their first job, denied the small loan needed to start a business, or restricted by structural inequalities that lock them out of any meaningful career. True liberation, Chairperson, requires breaking down these economic doors that remain frustratingly closed for so many. Each year, Youth Day serves as a reminder that the future of our Western Cape and indeed of our entire country rests in the hands of those who dare to dream, to innovate, and to lead. It is in this spirit that I stand before you today as a representative of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament and as a servant of the people committed to ensuring that our young people have the tools, the resources, and opportunities to thrive. It remains incumbent upon us to empower our young people through targeted financial and economic initiatives that break down barriers, unlock potential, and build a province and a South Africa where every young person can contribute to a prosperous and inclusive society. Together, we can create a future where the sacrifices of the 1976 young people are honored, not just in memory, but in a tangible progress we make that we make for generations to come. But Chairperson, today we do not shy away from the reality of the challenges that remain. Young South Africans still find themselves at the forefront of near insurmountable barriers that limit their opportunities, stifle their ambition, and threaten to compromise the dreams of an entire generation. Foremost among these challenges is youth unemployment. The latest figure is dire. Chairperson, nationally, our unemployment rate rests at a distressing 41.9% according to the expanded definition, meaning that more than 4 out of every 10 South Africans cannot find employment and participate meaningfully in the economy and have effectively given up on doing so. Moreover, Chairperson, nearly 44% of our young people currently do not find themselves in employment, education, or training, the so-called need grouping. Many others face insecure or inadequate job opportunities. But yes, the numbers that I've illustrated on youth unemployment are stark, yet behind them are real stories of exclusion. Young individuals disillusioned after sending countless unanswered job applications, graduates forced to abandon dreams for survival jobs, and talented innovators unable to access capital to launch their ventures. Here in the Western Cape, we Here in the Western Cape, we currently enjoy the lowest unemployment rate of 19.6%, but this still translates to thousands of young lives stalled unnecessarily. Beyond unemployment, the education gaps and the broader social issues such as pervasive violence, substance abuse, the inadequate access to healthcare continue to fracture our communities. These are challenges that translate into daily fears, compromised mental health, disrupted education, and diminished ambitions. Subtly, Chairperson, it erodes the self-belief of many young South Africans. Addressing these issues holistically is critical because economic opportunity cannot thrive in an environment overshadowed by insecurity and despair. These realities are lament on all spheres of government and our urgent call to action. We must do more to understand these complexities and confront them directly. Our effort to empower young people must be practical and targeted, such that we can ensure the energy, the creativity, and the potential of young South Africans is no longer wasted, but harnessed to build a brighter and more inclusive future for all. To address these barriers that limit youth participation in the economy, the Western Cape has strategically invested in targeted financial and economic initiatives. Each program was proactively designed with the aim of enhancing skills development, expanding employment opportunities, and cultivating entrepreneurship among young people. Firstly, Chairperson, our commitment to skills development and employability is demonstrated through a series of focused initiatives. The Work and Skills Program and the Artisan Development Program, spearheaded by the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, equip young people with practical on-the-job training. Over the 2025 medium-term expenditure framework, we allocated 194.7 million to create an additional 10,100 employment opportunities for young people, thereby providing a direct pathway into the economy. Furthermore, Chairperson, the Masikisiwe bursary program addresses skill shortages in critical sectors such as engineering and the built environment. Last year alone, 50 bursaries were awarded, and we have committed 51.6 million over the next 3 years to expand opportunities for students pursuing these essential careers. Recognizing the urgency of engaging young people who are currently outside of education, employment, and of training, the Year Beyond program supports 3,000 young people annually with 156.6 million allocated. This initiative provides vital work experience and skills training, empowering young participants to actively participate in economic activities. We also have the Premier's Advancement of Youth Project. Since its inception, has created internship opportunities for more than 5,000 young individuals. These internships provide essential work exposure, enabling participants to gain valuable professional experience and skills. And to complement this, the Western Cape Education Department actively participates in the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which places young people in schools as education assistants. With a significant allocation of 113.5 million for the 25-26 financial year, the province continues to invest in the professionalization and growing our young people in our province. Additionally, the Department of Social Development continues to engage young people through the youth cafes and the community-based organizations, providing comprehensive training in digital literacy, in personal development and critical employability skills. In the past year alone, Chairperson, over 10,400 young people have benefited from these programs, supported by an investment of 39 million over the upcoming 3 years. Entrepreneurship, Chairperson, also remains a critical area of support through the contract development program led by the Department of Infrastructure. We equip emerging young contractors with critical business skills, mentorship, and market access. Last year, 120 contractors were directly assisted, and this initiative will receive nearly 15 million over the next 3 years to extend its reach and impact. Critically to the success of these programs is our partnerships. Collaboration with the private sector, with municipalities and national departments have amplified our impact. The Department of Social Development, for example, partners with private partners with private enterprises to reinforce skills training within youth centers, creating clear employment pathways, like the Department of Economic Development and Tourism's incentive program mobilizes significant private investment, leveraging approximately 60 million annually. Chairperson, but also on partnerships with the George Municipality and the National Department of Transport through the George Integrated Public Transport Network, as an example, amplifies intergovernmental collaboration, enhancing local economic activity in the...
Thank you, Honourable Allen. That signals the end of your time. Thank you for your inputs today. Honourable members, we will now hear the inputs from the Mpumalanga Provincial Chairperson for the Portfolio Committee of Health, the Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I receive my humble greetings, Honourable Speaker, Honourable delegates of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Ministers in the Presidency, Honourable MECs that have joined us in these virtual platforms, Honourable members of our various provincial legislature. I stand proudly representing the African National Congress, the movement that has led this country in deliberation that continues to champion the socio-economic transformation of our people. Today, as we commemorate the Youth Day, we honor the legacy of the 1976 generation who bravely rose against injustice. Our duty now is to rise against a new injustice, the youth unemployment, inequality, and skills mismatched in an ever-evolving world of work. The world of work is no longer what it was a decade ago. Automatic, artificial intelligence, renewable energy, digital entrepreneurship, and the gig economy are redefining the economic participation. Traditional qualifications alone are no longer guarantee jobs. South African youth are at a crossroad. We must not prepare them for yesterday's job, but for tomorrow's economy. The ANC stands here today, 30 years into democracy, committed to realizing the dreams of those brave souls. We acknowledge the progress made under the ANC-led government, expanding access to education, creating the NSFAS to support poor students, driving initiatives like the Youth Employment Service, investing in youth-owned enterprises, but we do not romanticize progress. We understand the cries of today's youth, the struggling with unemployment, the lack of access to quality education, substance abuse, mental health challenges, and the burden of inequality. And we say our pain is heard, our voices matter. The ANC is committed to building a developmental state that prioritizes the youth through curriculum reform to include coding, digital literacy, renewable energy, and critical thinking from basic education level. Expanding access to TVET colleges and community skills hubs in rural and township areas. Fourth, industrial revolution training through partnership with private and international tech sectors. Encouraging companies to adopt youth leadership and internships. Incentivizing businesses that employ and train young people, especially in underdeveloped regions. Creating youth startup funds with incubation centers to help young people turn ideas into sustainable businesses, facilitating access to markets, mentorship, and finance, especially for young women and rural entrepreneurs. Empowering National Youth Development Agency to extend its reach and impact. Empowering our youth with relevant skills is not a favor, Honorable Chairperson. It is an economic necessity. The ANC believes that a skilled, employed, and entrepreneurial youth is an engine of the economic transformation. By harnessing their energy, we reduce poverty, we fight crime, we build families, and drive innovation. To our youth, the ANC hears you. We do not want you to wait for handouts. We want to hand you tools to code, to create, to farm, to build, and to lead. The evolving world of work must find you ready, not just job seeking, but as job creators. Let us walk in the footsteps of Hector Peterson and the 1976 generation by ensuring that our fight today is for economic liberation through skills, innovation, and opportunities. To today's youth, we say we are not just the future, we are the present. Our dreams are valid, our energy is necessary, our leadership is urgent. Let us honor the past, not with wealth and songs, but with action. Let the legacy of Hector Peterson and Titi Mashinini live not only in statues, but in employment, in justice, and in dignity. Together, let's advance skills. Together, let's transform economy. Together, let's empower our youth. I thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable members, we return to the chamber, and next one taking up the debate will be the Honorable Farmer.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, and most importantly, young leaders. Today we stand here not just to celebrate, but to act because the time for waiting is over. Our youth are being locked out of opportunities, denied the chance to thrive, while foreign nationals occupy positions that should be empowering our people. The Patriotic Alliance stands firm. South Africa belongs to its people, and our youth deserve priority in employment, skills development, and economic empowerment. The reality we must confront: South Africa cannot prosper while millions of young people, especially in marginalized communities, are denied jobs and pushed into cycles of poverty, crime, and hopelessness. Die tyd is verby waar ons kinders, veral ons colored kinders,
The times pass when our children, especially our colored children, hand in our CVs, but there are no job opportunities for them. We had been fighting in Parliament, and we will make sure that our kids get jobs.
Transformation is not just talk, it's action. Our president of the Patriotic Alliance is also the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture. That means transformation is no longer just a promise, it's a government priority with real leadership behind it. Ons weet dat 'n kind in sport is 'n kind buite die hof,
We
maar ons sê
know a child participating in sport is one outside of court. A child in arts and culture has a future. The Patriotic Alliance will make sure that sports, arts and culture will not only be for a certain few, but should reach every community.
Sport must lead to career-structured leagues, scholarships, and development programs, must empower young athletes beyond the playing field. Arts and culture must be funded fairly, no more gatekeeping. We will ensure support reaches all talented individuals, not just the privileged few. Government must invest in grassroots creativity. We demand community-based programs in music, theatre, dance, and visual arts. The Patriotic Alliance will set the example. Real transformation starts with us, and the rest of government will follow. A call to action: our future must be built today. Die toekoms van Suid-Afrika lê in die hande van
The
ons jong
future of
mense.
South Africa lie in the hands of our young people, and we need more colored children to have jobs so that they work or sit on the streets and the jobs get given to people, to foreigners. How can they be part of a job market when their potential is ignored? Every child, no matter what their background, should be seen as part and builders of this country. South Africans must come first.
South Africa is to rise, then we must empower the hands that will build it. This nation cannot afford to waste the brilliance, resilience, and potential of its youth. We must ensure that no young person is left to navigate this economy alone, and that every voice is heard in shaping the policies that define our future. The Patriotic Alliance is not waiting for transformation to happen. We are that transformation. We are leading the way and the rest of government will follow. Let Youth Day be more than a moment, let it be a movement. A movement where young South Africans claim their rightful place in economic leadership, policy reform, and community development. We will not wait. We will not accept exclusion. We will rise. Want ons byzani. Salute.
Because we are not scared. I salute you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, the Premier from KwaZulu-Natal is struggling to connect due to the storms and the poor weather conditions in KwaZulu-Natal. So the Premier will not be speaking in today's debate, but I do want to just say that our thoughts and best wishes go out to all of the people of KwaZulu-Natal and I believe the Eastern Cape as well, where the brunt of this weather is currently being felt. We take the debate forward, honourable members, and the next participant will be the Honourable Peter from the Eastern Cape, representing the UDM. Honourable Peter.
Mhlali ngaphambili ohloniphekile mandikhahlele kuwe nakwizikhakhamela zalendlu ezihloniphekile. Kuyo lendlu yowiso-mthetho lwamaphondo. Mandirhabule kule bhekile yeenkcubabuchopho ndithimle ndenjenje xa ndiphefumlela umlisela nomthinjana ofunde wayityekeza. Phaya kude namhlanje isiXhosa ndizasibeka ecaleni ndiqwathule apha emlungwini. The United Democratic Movement submits that today's battle of the youth is a battle against a crisis of institutional neglect, economic marginalization and paralysis of leadership that is making a whole generation suffer. Youth unemployment remains catastrophically high. In the present day, South Africa, it is statistically more likely for a young person to be unemployed than employed, to be addicted to drugs and alcohol, or to be involved in crime. Today, we gather under the banner of empowering youth for economic transformation. Firstly, we have to confront the glaring contradiction between this ambition and the lived experience of our young people. The majority of public schools, particularly in rural and township communities, are ill-equipped for the demands of the fourth industrial revolution. The curriculum remains outdated, designed for a world that no longer exists. Infrastructure is decaying, classrooms are overcrowded, digital literacy remains out of reach for millions. Allow me to bring this closer to home with a recent example. A young 15-year-old girl from KwaZakele in Gqeberha, Aviwe Gqokoma, recently flew the South African flag on the global stage when she was crowned Miss Teen Glam Worldwide 2025 in the Philippines. Her story is one of the resilience, passion, and talent, but her journey was nearly derailed by the very government that should have supported her. Multiple attempts were made to secure assistance from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture under the leadership of Honourable Minister Gayton Mackenzie. I personally sent the minister direct messages. They were read and I was blue-ticked. I even appealed to public representative of his party, the Patriotic Alliance, for help in reaching, but no response, no action, no support. It seems the minister only shows up when a camera is rolling or when there is a social media trending opportunity for political gain, not when the youth are crying out for real honest support. It was a united democratic movement without publicity or performance that eventually stepped in to support Aviwe Gogoma. Honorable Speaker, true leadership is not seasonal. It does not depend on lights or cameras or applause. It is about standing up, stepping in, and show up even when no one is watching. The class of 1976 must be honored, but with action. Mandikongathe inqawa mawethu nditsho ndithi mde umzila nalombele walenkomo uthande ukwaphusa utshaba lona lixesha enkosi.
Nkosi, indeed. Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. Honorable members, our next speaker will be the Honorable Mokai from the Democratic Alliance in the Northern Cape.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. The government has its work cut out forever since our country was liberated from the shackles of oppression on that memorable day in 1994. And while we are cognizant of the rollout of various job creation efforts, our country maintains one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the world. And I think the Minister Chikunga attested to this. This means to combat that remains the creation of sustainable jobs and the creation of a conducive economy where youth-owned enterprises can thrive unabated. However, the unavoidable truth, the desperate 21 million South Africans in the face, is the bleak reality of a crumbling system where only 5.7 million youth were economically active in the first quarter of this financial year, a mere 27% of the total youth population. The theme for this year's debate, honorable members, might sound politically correct, and yes, it gives hope that the government's approach to uplifting the lives of the youth has been reimagined and reinvented to catapult the prospects of a prosperous reality for all South African youths. However, I'm reminded that President Cyril Ramaphosa announced at the Black Business Council over the weekend that the Constitution's equality clause, albeit clear, is not paid attention to, and by I open quote, some people. The President also alluded that the growth and progress of our economy depends largely on critical fundamental economic transformation. The most glaring of the President's statement at the same event was his announcement on the real income growth for Black, African, colored, and Indian households that reflect the true state of our country's progress in creating sustainable opportunities for households across the board, and not only a select few. And I welcome honorable members and honorable chair, the President acknowledging that unemployment is a national crisis, to which the many prior failed youth employment policies and programs can attest to. While the Youth Employment Service has created 139 jobs over the last 5 years, government also needs to consider that these types of initiatives are calling for more government intervention to ensure that the 37,000 temporary jobs created annually can make a true impact and result in permanent youth absorption. The Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, while it has been a welcome initiative, must be extended beyond its scope and broadened. We do well with youth employment initiatives in the country, but has the government heeded the call from failing businesses that collapse local and provincial economies due to little or no government support? Given these stark realities, where do our youth turn to in the time of distress? And as a Democratic Alliance, we proposed implementing the Youth Employment Opportunity Certificate to assist in reforming restrictions on the labor market, such as fostering conducive job creation environments, enhancing and facilitating skills development, removing race-based policies, such as the Employment Equity Plans and the Preferential Procurement Acts, These are all steps in the right direction and answers to so many of the country's failed policies. Not only will these bridge the employment gap for youth that were subjected to long periods of economic dormancy due to little or no opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, while government has made considerable efforts to transform our economy since 1994, there remain challenges hampering the progression of youth beyond temporary job opportunities and skills development programs. I sincerely hope that the proposal meant to address the advancement of youth skills will primarily focus on eradicating youth unemployment and replace it with staggering sustainable job opportunities and a flourishing economic outlook. Furthermore, the government should also ensure that these skills advancement programs present opportunities for unemployed youth to acquire socially useful skills and that they can use beyond the temporary EPWPs and so forth. The proposed youth economic transformation needs to extend beyond benefiting certain races and classes of youth in our country. Funding for youth-owned enterprises should be dealt with fairly and needs to focus on enhancing the outlook of all entrepreneurs throughout the country. Only once the 73% of inactive youth can attest to being part of the country's economic growth, and once the catastrophic dropout rate has been addressed at the school, we can move forward with zeal as it progresses and we have made a tangible transformation in this country. And we understand that the 30 years might not be enough, but we need to roll out the programs and make sure that every opportunity is given to all South Africans. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Mokai. Honourable members, taking up the debate next will be a special delegate from KwaZulu-Natal, the Honourable Seme, representing Mkhonto Sizwe. Honourable Seme.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Am I audible?
You are audible, and I'm the House Chairperson.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the NCOP, distinguished guests, and the vibrant youth of South Africa, good day. Today, we honour the fearless spirits of 1976 when young people rose against oppression to demand a better future. Today, the MK Party stands with the same revolutionary zeal to champion and not just to speak about the Youth Day, but to reflect deeply and truthfully about what it has come to represent in today's South Africa. We are gathered here under the theme Advancing Skills for Evolving World of Work, Empowering Youth for Economic Transformation. But Chairperson, let us be honest. What are we doing today is commemorating the dreams of 1976 generation while abandoning the dreams of 2025 generation. Let me state this plainly, Honorable Chairperson. This is not what the youth of 1976 fought and died for. Hector Peterson did not die for young people to live as ghosts in their own economy. Tshetsi Mashinini did not lead a revolution so that young black graduates could queue in SASSA offices. Mbuyisa Makubo did not risk his life carrying a dying child only for the generation to die for mental health crisis, poverty, and substance abuse. And Solomon Mahlangu did not walk to the gallows for a freedom that excludes economic dignity. We were promised democracy, Chairperson, but democracy without economic justice is just a decoration. We were promised youth development, Chairperson, but what we received is youth containment. Chairperson, the crisis is undeniable. Over 45% of South African youth are unemployed. 3.4 million youth are not in education, employment, or training. Teenage pregnancies exceed 150,000 per year, trapping many girls into poverty cycles. Mental illness, suicide, and drug abuse are robbing our country of an entire generation, Chairperson. Young fathers are ignored, young graduates are disrespected, young leaders are excluded. And we must say without flinching, our prisons are full of young men, most arrested not for grand corruption, but for trying to survive a future that was promised and was never delivered. We keep feeding young people into 12 months employment initiatives like EPWP, YES, and internships, knowing fully that they are nothing more than revolving doors of temporal survival. These programs are not designed to empower. They are designed to keep unemployment stats down and avoid real long-term solutions. Chairperson, this is a cruel joke. We give young people a test of economic participation and then pull that plate away when they are just starting to feed their families. This is not empowerment, Chairperson. It is pacification. Let us be radical and honest. The NYDA, Chairperson, an agency meant to lead young empowerment, has become a symbol of what is wrong with our approach. It is out of touch, it is captured, and it is inaccessible to the very youth it was created to serve. Corruption, nepotism, and elite networks have turned a powerful idea into a gatekeeping machine. Where is NYDA when township innovators need funding, Chairperson? Where is NYDA when mental health crises erupt in rural schools, Chairperson? Where is NYDA when TVET graduates sit at home with artisan skills and no workplace placement? Chairperson, youth development cannot happen without youth in real positions of influence. Not photo op positions, not tokenistic quotas, but real decision-making power. Inclusion without influence is betrayal, Chairperson. It is in the spirit of solution. The youth of MK Party submits that we must develop a national skills acceleration fund for digital and green economy. This fund must prioritize rural youth, women, and informal sector workers. It must be decentralized and audited by youth-led bodies. A youth enterprise hub network in every district. Create well-equipped youth innovation centers in every district with internet, business mentorship, seed funding, and incubation. Every town must have one, not just cities, Chairperson. Compulsory private sector quotas for internships and learnerships. Amend the BE scorecard to compel companies to take in youth based on revenue scale and penalize non-compliance. Universal post-school bridging programs, a paid structured 12-month skills bridge for all matriculants and dropouts, covering coding, design, trades, and business literacy. Youth-led public procurement opportunities. Open up 50% of local government procurement projects to youth-owned co-ops and small enterprises. Dignified basic income for unemployed youth. Until jobs are created, dignity must be preserved. We cannot let hunger kill potential, Chairperson. Government with all its shelves youth policies, yet the youth is dying. How many youth have we buried in the entertainment industry? The likes of Omampinja, Cobra, alumni, and many more that suffocated, who were not properly empowered to face challenges of this world. They ended up in drugs. How many have died in depression and we give them respected death? The likes of Senamile Masond, Kwanongom. We knew her at death when given provincial funeral, and after that, nothing was done, Chairperson. Pension age is being proposed for extension, yet we have youth. But ngoba nifuna ukufela ematafuleni aseParliament, sizothini? Washona Pumbuyisa, who killed
What are we going
Magadi.
to say because you want to turn the tables of parliament? What happened to Mbisa?
Chairperson, our generation is not lazy. We are tired, Chairperson. We are tired of promises. We are tired of reports. We're tired of round tables. We are not unskilled, Chairperson. We are unsupported. We are not violent. We are angry. We are not defeated. We are defiant. We are not a third generation, Chairperson. We are a silenced one. But hear this, we are rising. A 22-year-old Solomon Mahlangu, who was executed by the apartheid regime, left us with these words, open quote, "My blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom. Tell my people I love them. They must continue the fight," close quote. Chairperson, we are continuing the fight. But this time, we fight not for freedom, but we fight for economic justice. Not for memory, but for mobility. Not for statues, but for a system that actually works. If this country is serious about economic transformation, then give young people more than slogans. Give us pens to write policies. Give us keys to build businesses. And give us floors to speak and tools to lead. Amandla! Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Seme. The next speaker on the podium. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Mulukume, our programming whip. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, House Chair. And thank you.
Don't disturb the speaker, Honorable House, please.
They took five minutes, you must add that. Thanks, House Chair. Eric, you made share House Chair, our ministers in the House.
Let me say a greeting to our House Chair and the House at large, for everyone here present, and perhaps
Just to indicate that I'm just from a very rural province where I've seen most young people graduating from the University of Limpopo, and NSFAS did really well. So we thank the ANC-led government for that. Today we gather on a significant occasion, Youth Month, a month that reminds us of the power, potential, and resilience of our young people. It is a moment to reflect on a crucial role play in shaping our country's future to reform our commitment to empowering very young South Africans to realize their full potential. In this spirit, I wish to reflect on the imperative of empowering youth through development by embracing science, technology, and innovation for inclusive economic development and transformation. A strategic approach that promises to unlock the immense capacities of the youth and drive a more equitable, prosperous South Africa. Our country faces challenges: unemployment, inequality, poverty, and social exclusion. These issues are not insurmountable, but they require innovative approaches tailored to our unique social economic context. Science, technology, and innovation holds the key to not only addressing those challenges, but also transforming our economic into a dynamic, acknowledge-driven engine that benefits all. We must position our youth at the heart of this transformation, equipping them with the skills, mindset, and opportunities to succeed in a rapidly challenging technological landscape. First and foremost, it is imperative that our youth are unable to function efficiently in technological economy. We can't afford to lag behind the global digital revolution. Our young people must be at the forefront of this wave, using their creativity and ingenuity to develop a solution and rooted in our local realities. This means embedding science, technology, and innovation into our educational and skills development system, making them central pillars rather than mere add-ons. It is about fostering a culture and curiosity, experimentation, adaptation and problem solving from an early age, laying the foundation for a generation that can thrive in and contribute to the fourth industrial revolution. To this end, we must foster an entrepreneurial mindset amongst youth, nurturing their capacity to innovate, start business, and drive local economic growth. Empowering programs such as incubation gaps, entrepreneurial training, and access to sorry for that.
What a funny thing.
Technology. Our country faces many challenges. I think I've done. The emphasis must be on creating an ecosystem where youth view innovation and enterprise as practical pathway to economy, empowerment, and social mobility. TIA, which is Technical Innovation Agency, as an entity which within the STI department plays a crucial role in empowering youth innovators by providing funding, mentorship, and access to technical infrastructure, thereby fostering an environment conducive to innovation and enterprise. Through programs like Youth Technology and Innovation Programs, grassroots innovation programs, and seed funds, TIA support young entrepreneurs in developing viable product and scaling their businesses. For example, recently, initiatives like supporting over 559 youth projects, resulting in 69 market-ready product, the creation of 115 jobs, and development of 326 innovation products. Such as efforts not only stimulate economic growth, but also facilitate skills development and empowerment opportunities for youth, positioning them as key players in the country's technological and economic advancement. Furthermore, strengthening our technical and vocational education and training, which is the TVET sector, is essential. Many young people lack practical skills that align with current industrial needs. By mobilizing and expanding TVET institution, we can equip youth with hand-on competencies in areas like manufacturing, ICT, and industrial maintenance, thereby breaking the skill gap. These skills are crucial for supporting local industry, creating employment and fostering sustainable development. A skilled workforce is the backbone of the industrialization, and our youth must be the drivers of this industrial renaissance. Placing science, technology, and innovation at the core of our education system is non-negotiable. The adoption of modern, such as developmental digital model, which is DDM, can promote integrated approaches that link microeconomic development and local industrialization with STI. This integration ensures that education is relevant and responsive to current and future economic demand, encouraging innovation at an early level of society. It also means establishment local innovation centers, community-based hub that focuses on local needs and empower youth through hands-on learning. Mentoring and commercializing of ideas. Such centers can serve as catalyst for grassroots innovation and job creation. Collaboration is key. We need to foster partnership between government, industry, research, institutions, and international bodies. This collaboration can help build the infrastructure, skill, and knowledge based essential for STI-driven development. By investing in local research and development incubators and entrepreneurship ecosystem, we will effectively nurture a culture of innovation and enterprise, creating avenue for young innovators to access grants, funding, and mentorship is critical. Those are the seeds that can grow into sustainable business and industries. In the digital age, e-commerce is a bargaining sector that can catalyze economic empowerment for our youth. To transit skills into the economic benefits, practical application must be prioritized. Community-based innovation events and innovation challenges provide platform for youth to prototype, test, and commercialize the idea. These activities foster an entrepreneurial mindset, ignite creative, and stimulate job creation. Furthermore, developing certification programs aligned with international industrial standard enhance employability, ensuring our young people are ready to compete globally. Building a robust ecosystem for STI and youth engagement involves significant investment. In conclusion, empowering youth through embracing science, technology, and innovation is not merely an option, but a necessity. It requires a collective efforts, government, private sector, academia, social society, and most importantly, our youth themselves. We must prioritize inclusive, innovative, and flexible strategy to ensure that every young person can harness their potential, contribute meaningfully to our economy, and help build a better South Africa for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Programming Whip. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable V from Gauteng, the chairperson of petitions. I think it's over the visual platform. Where? Honorable V?
Chairperson, I am here. I'm not sure if I am visible and audible.
All right, you can speak, although we don't see you.
All right. All right, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Ministers here present, Honorable Members, the invited guests, most importantly, the vibrant youth of Gauteng and that of our country, good afternoon. Chairperson, an inclusive nation requires robust education and capacity of the youth to lead and to respond to the ever-changing economies of the world. This must be done noting that the past still haunts the present. And today we cast our minds back to the country that was in the 1970s. This is because we've officially entered what is known to our country a youth month, a political season that shook the world on the heartless apartheid regime of June 1976. Moreover, we've also entered the month that marks the 70th year since the adoption of the Freedom Charter. And it is during this season that we must reflect and resuscitate the spirit of great bravery within the Black oppressed masses of our country. It is this era that successfully exposed the brutality of the white apartheid government to the international community. And as we commemorate the bravery and courageous youth of 1976, today we must also be reminded that this ruthless system denied young Black people access to mainstream economy. And for this reason, the youth today continue to shoulder the burden of apartheid's permanent and stubborn legacy. Chairperson, we articulate all this above so that you have an appreciation of the ANC's consistent efforts of creating an enabling learning environment in reversing the system, focusing on education system in particular. And in this regard, that we reference the schools of specialization in Gauteng province, which are meant to ready the youth for the evolving world of work and the future needs of the economy. A bold commitment of reimagining education, not merely as means of literacy and numeracy, but as a strategic instrument of economic transformation, employment creation, and social justice. This is done aimed at equipping young people with the practical skills required by the modern economy and to position Gauteng as a hub of innovation and excellence. Chairperson, as it stands, Gauteng boasts around 35 operational schools of specialization with steadfast commitment of building 5 more each year. The schools are far more than ordinary schools. They are purpose-built centers of excellence, aligned to the economic corridors of Gauteng, extending over sectors such as aerospace, agri-processing, automotive industry, digital technology, hospitality, creative and performance arts, sports, tourism, commerce, and entrepreneurship, amongst others. We cite the following schools for purposes of this debate. Sikhululekile School of Mathematics, Science, and ICT in Hammanskraal, which focuses on research and innovation. And this is future focused, in line with the evolving work and the economy. The Mbilisweni School of Manufacturing and Logistics in Ekurhuleni, Katlehong, is one of the schools as well that are future focused in their orientation. Tutotiro School of Engineering in Sebokeng, Sedibeng, with a focus on engineering and energy. These are few of the many schools that are future focused, ensuring that every learner in Gauteng has got an opportunity not only to excel academically, but to thrive in disciplines essential for the 4th industrial revolution and the knowledge economy. These schools and vocational courses are also in line with the latest national list of occupations in high demand jobs. Indeed, Gauteng is moving with the times. But the question, Chair, is, do these schools have the confidence of Gauteng citizens? And I can assure you the answer is yes. And this is because Raymond Mhlaba School of Specialization has maintained a metric pass of over 98% and higher since 2012, with a perfect 100% pass rate recorded in 2023 and 2024. Similarly, Luferong Secondary School in Soweto achieved a 100 pass rate in 2024, with 97% learners qualifying for university admission. This confirms confidence of preparing for the future today. To further illustrate the public confidence in the model, the Katlehong School of Manufacturing, Transport and Logistics was the most applied for school in the township in the province for grade 8 in 2024. This is a powerful endorsement by parents and learners alike. All this education ambition is matched with robust infrastructure investment of state-of-the-art classes that communicate the future, and we know more can still be done. Chairperson, these are not isolated successes. They are the direct result of ANC's deliberate and well-executed strategy and its bold declaration of intent to industrialize our schools and townships, to empower young youth with market-related skills, and to affirm the belief that every child's future matters, because the journey is not just about statistics. It's about restoring dignity, instilling confidence, and building the future of young people. We therefore cannot claim transformation if it excludes the marginalized. The Gauteng provincial government has partnered with innovation hubs to support local innovators, SMMEs, including those living with disabilities, with programs to provide access to education through skills development, training like IT, coding, and digital literacy. And this is done to ready them to compete in the market. Over the past number of years, at least 100,000 learners got access to accredited courses as part of their school-to-work transition program, focusing on learners with special needs. These are courses done in collaboration with different companies around the province, where the schools support the learners with theory and the different companies then provide the practical experience. And some of these courses are the forklifting and driving license, fitting carpets, computer applied technology, office administration, tiling, safety at work, agriculture, and many more. And this is focused mainly on students who are learners who are having learning difficulties, especially learners who are having intellectual disabilities. And I must indicate, Chairperson, that some of these interventions would have resulted in full-time employment, particularly for this usually marginalized group. In addition, a bold target of 7% of the province procurement budget that must be directed towards companies owned by persons with disabilities after they've been trained. This has seen 5 disability-owned companies who have been through the innovation hubs that have been contracted through the Department of Roads and Transport to implement the bicycle infrastructure project under the Shovakulula program. This is not charity, Chairperson. It is the deliberate empowerment of the youth by the African National Congress. The commitment to education has also seen through multi-certification programs in the province on learners in schools with focus on coding and robotics, and this is done because digital revolution is reconfiguring the world of work. Chairperson, it is Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lusufi in his 2025 SOPA address that said, and I quote, "We are doing everything possible to fulfill our commitment to prepare Gauteng's youth to lead and to excel in the artificial intelligence-driven world through our schools of specialization." Honorable members, indeed, we have seen the efforts of the Premier to digitalize the province, and this has extended to the installation of Wi-Fi, surveillance cameras, and panic buttons on most parts of the province as another commitment of the evolving economy. And in memory of young people that died in 1976, let's keep building a future in which our young people live, and noting that the struggle and activism has evolved as well. We want to encourage young people to petition government on service delivery and policy positions to strengthen democracy and to shape a future that the youth of this country wants. Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gentile from Gauteng. And then the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Mpungose in the House.
You can 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. I greet all young people in this house, those who are watching at home on television, on their gadgets. I greet all the members of the NCOP, the leadership of the EFF led by the Commander-in-Chief, Julius Sello Malema, commissars of the EFF, and our esteemed ground forces who have kept the candle burning in the wind, not tiring or flinching in calling for economic freedom in our lifetime. It is moments like these and debates like this one that remind us how impactful the EFF has been in South African, and global political discourse. It took the EFF coming into parliament in 2014 for the conversation on land and expropriation of land without compensation to be debated and conversations of economic liberation to be driven. It was the EFF that reminded the people of this nation that colonial conquest was never reversed in the supposed new democratic dispensation that was ushered in 1994 and still hasn't been 3 decades later. Never in our history must we allow to be told that the civil rights that came with 1994 equal to economic liberation. It took the June 16 movement and the birth of the EFF Students' Command in the year 2015 at the University of Limpopo to revitalize the call for free, quality, and decolonized education in our lifetime. Furthermore, it took the mighty EFF and its Student Command to be born for the struggle for insourcing to finally give birth to actual insourcing in institutions of higher learning, municipalities, and most recently in the city of Ekurhuleni, where 700 workers are finally being insourced and their dignity restored. Thank you very much, EFF. Young people in South Africa are correct to place their weight behind the economic freedom fighters in this era of the revolution, as the EFF has been unwavering in amplifying the voices of young people, regardless of where they come from or who their parents may be. We do not once imagine that the validation for the economic emancipation movement will ever come from these chambers, no. But that will never mean that we become silenced to an extent that we are unable to take stock of our own influence and efforts in South Africa and African political discourse as the economic freedom fighters. We are the true heirs of the struggle for economic emancipation in Africa. It took our chance over many years that are protected by the Constitutional Court to summon the captains of the establishment and their puppets who run government today to face the scathing truth of the racial divide they have failed to thin over 3 decades of their leadership. President Ramaphosa has to be validated by Rupert, as the black youth are simply not enough to be listened to. The Ruperts, the Oppenheimers, and the like are still the owners of our means of production, who have the audacity to go to America and plead for a Starlink that the youth of this country did not ask for. The cohorts that rose to power in 1994 and remained there to date have not led us anywhere. They have not responded to the premise of our suffering as young people to date. They have not given us land, freed and decolonized education, and they definitely have not given us, the youth of this nation, jobs. Their answer to our suffering, to our qualifications that hang on our walls whilst we are unemployed, is that we deserve 350 rand per month. Money that they themselves do not even notice when it leaves their bank accounts. That is what they think that we deserve as the youth of South Africa. It has become apparent that the comrades of Tambo, whether they wear green, blue, or yellow, will never dignify the cries of the youth with tangible change that will see the wealth of this country being shared amongst us and not limited to one race and a few token blacks like Petrus Motsepe and Cyril Ramaphosa. It is the EFF that got President Mr. Jacob Zuma to pay back the money spent on non-security related upgrades at his homestead in Kandla. It is the EFF that is fighting Phala and the sealed bank statements that have proof of our still captured states. It is the EFF that held a successful national shutdown on the 20th of March in 2023 to demand a stable supply of electricity and the resignation of President Cyril Ramaphosa. It is the EFF that effectively led a political process that stopped the Gupta criminal syndicate.
Sorry, a little bit. Please, let us not drown the speaker. We might not agree with what she's saying, but she has got a right to say it in his house. Thank you.
I thank you very much, Chairperson. It is the EFF that effectively led a political process that stops the Gupta criminal syndicate from running the country's government and key state-owned companies. It is the EFF that proposed the National Health Amendment Bill, which was to ensure that all clinics in South Africa open 24 hours and 7 days a week, and all parties in this House rejected that bill. The EFF called for the ban of alcohol advertisement bill, which will end the celebration and promotion of alcohol consumption in South Africa. However, the government of the day pays no business to the scourge of substance abuse in our communities, because you would rather an intoxicated youth than the one that takes you head on your failures and your incompetence. We called for the Bank's Amendment Bill, which will lead to the creation of a state-owned bank. We call for the nationalization of South African Reserve Bank, which will discontinue private ownership of the central bank. We call for student debt relief bill, which will cancel all student debt in institutions of higher learning. We used our parliamentary participation to table motions which will sought to achieve the provision of free education for the poor at higher education level, which was rejected by the ruling party. An increase in minors' salaries, and improvement of their working conditions. The repealing of all apartheid legislations and laws that continue to govern South African society. Nationalization of banks and changing how state-owned companies are managed. And we made a submission on illicit financial flows, tax avoidance and base erosion in Parliament, as well as to SARS and the Davis Tax Committee. The EFF led and supported land occupation programs, which resulted in residential land being given to many landless people in all the provinces. Some miraculously then appeared in this house and cited a misguided sense of ethics and morality to retort our active revolution of land restitution, whilst they themselves put their heads to sleep on stolen land here in the Western Cape. We provide this account of some amongst the many efforts of the EFF to expose the lie that we need 300 years to undo the terror of 300 years of colonization before young people in this country taste economic freedom in our lifetime. This house is filled with solutions that have been provided by the EFF. It is not solutions that we no longer need, but political will to address the multi-layered poverty that young people face in this country. Make it compulsory for all government departments to spend nothing less than 50% of their budget on youth development and upliftment. Amend the PFMA Act to make it compulsory for national and provincial state-owned entities to procure 40% of all goods from firms and producers, of whom 50% are owned and controlled by the youth. Give a monthly seeking job allowance to youth who are actively seeking employment in South Africa. Review the appointment of the NYDA board to make it independent and free from political interference. In that way, when we report that there are people in the NDYA who seek bribes from our brothers and sisters before providing assistance, you will act without reservation. Ensure that a minimum of 50% of our minerals are locally beneficiated. Eradicate dependence on the private sector by taking away the tender system and gradually building state capacity. These are some of the many solutions that we have consistently presented in this house since the year 2014. The ANC and the DA can no longer claim ignorance. The youth of Khayelitsha, of Nyanga, Pelani, Tembisa, Davidson, Mamilori, Soshanguve, Takile, Siazenzela, Kwakwa, Njubu Sokong Seshego, Tanini Toyando, Butumelong Borolelo, Akisanang must know that the government of the day refuses to empower them. The only political vehicle that has the capacity to provide solutions and the vigor to implement those solutions is the economic freedom fighters. To address race-based inequality, land dispossession, and a select few owning our means of production. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpungose. The next speaker on the visual platform, Honorable Jerekes, please let the house be in order. Let the house be in order, please. The next speaker on the visual platform is going to be Honorable Mashego, the MEC for Health from Limpopo. Over to you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable members of the NCOP, fellow South Africans, and most importantly, our young people across the breadth and length of our lovely country. Good afternoon. I stand before you today during this Youth Month as we reflect on the immense courage of the 1976 generation, young South Africans who laid down their lives in pursuit of justice, dignity, and the right to be educated in a medium of instruction they could understand. Honorable members, our young people today are confronted with a plethora of socio-economic challenges which require our urgent attention. Our young people are victims of gender-based violence, are the highest unemployed generations, are filling up our correctional services as a result of the scourge of crime ravaging our country. Honorable members, our youth is the future. As a nation, we should invest in the future of these young people through deliberate programs that aim at ensuring their employment suitability. We need to work together with our academic institutions to ensure that programs offered to these young people are relevant and focused. Honorable members, as the ambassadors and deployees of the African National Congress in the health sector, we are duty-bound to take care of our young people's health needs. As the ambassadors, we have to confront the skyrocketing HIV/AIDS pandemic by closing the 1.1 million gap as announced by the Honorable Minister of Health, where we should actively find them and bring them back to care. There are other aspects of health that directly affect our young people, such as substance abuse, excessive alcohol and drugs consumption, reproductive health, where we are experiencing high teenage pregnancies and sexually transmitted diseases, and also gender-based violence and femicide. As health brigades, honorable members, we must promote health, prevent diseases, and ensure that healthcare services are accessible at the lowest level possible through re-engineering of primary healthcare services. Our primary healthcare services have to be friendly to young people and free from stigma. Honorable members, our young people are affected and also victims of the triple challenges of society, such as poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We are duty-bound to assist these young people to overcome these challenges through dedicated programs that will enhance their skills development relevant to job requirements. These programs should include automation, 4IR, artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and green technology to contribute to address the social and environmental challenges faced by the nation. We must build bridges between education and employment. This means aligning our TVET colleges and universities with the needs of a green and a digital economy. It means fostering partnership between government, industry, and academia to create internships and skills hubs. But more than skills, our young people need opportunity. They need access to finance, mentorship, land, and markets. The transformation of our economy must be both inclusive in the international, focused not only on creating jobs, but also on enabling young people to create jobs themselves. Chairperson and honorable members, allow me to quote the fearless Steve Biko, who said, I open quote, "The most potent weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the minds of the oppressed," close quote. If we are truly to empower our youth, we must dismantle the psychological and structural barriers that keep them from dreaming, daring, and doing. Let us move beyond slogans. Let us create real pathways from classrooms to careers, from dreams to development. Let us invest in skills for the future, yes, but also in confidence, hope, and belonging. Let this Youth Month be a turning point, not just a commemoration, but a commitment. Let us build a South Africa where every young person, from the streets of Guyane to the valleys of Sekhukhune, from rural clinics to digital laboratories, can say with pride that I am not just part of the future, but I am building it. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Inkom.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for the cutting-edge speech you have just delivered. The next representatives of SALGA is the one who's going to be on the visual platform to give us her iteration for the next 10 minutes. Over to you, Councillor Sele.
As Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the honorable ministers and representatives of provincial legislatures present, esteemed members of the National Council of Provinces, youth representatives, distinguished guests. I rise before you today on behalf of the South African Local Government Association Youth Commission to honor the courageous youth of 1976 and to reaffirm our collective commitment to building a better South Africa for the youth of today and tomorrow. Today, we gather not only to commemorate the bravery and sacrifices of the youth of 1976, but to confront the urgent and complex task of securing a better future for the youth of 2025 and beyond. The theme before us speaks directly to the soul of South African democratic processes. That promise must include an economy that works for young people and a society that invests in their potential. Honorable members, the world of work is changing. Technology, artificial intelligence, green industries, and the digital economy are reshaping how we live and earn. But for millions of young South Africans, this evolving world of work remains out of reach. The triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality continue to weigh heavily on young people, especially in rural and peri-urban areas. Many are locked out by a lack of access, by poverty, by location, and by a skills mismatch between what they learn and what the economy demands. We cannot talk about youth development without addressing innovative and digital divide. This means investing in digital infrastructure, public Wi-Fi, innovation hubs, and ICT training, especially in our most marginalized municipalities. The future of our economy lies in unlocking the entrepreneurial spirit of our youth, be it in the creative sector, green economy, agriculture, or the digital place. As SALGA, we believe that local government is the heartbeat of youth development. This is where the needs of young people are most visible and where the most direct and immediate change can occur, from access to basic services, skills development centers, public libraries, and local economic opportunities. Municipalities are the first line of response. But we must be honest, despite progress, many of our municipalities still struggle to provide meaningful platforms for youth participation and empowerment. We therefore call on Parliament, provinces, and the private sector to support municipalities in becoming incubators of youth-led enterprises. All spheres of government must be drivers of innovation, creating smart, connected, and inclusive communities. Ultimately, youth development must be intergenerational. It must be about creating space, not just for consultation, but for co-governance. The youth must not be seen as a problem to be solved, but as partners in shaping local solutions. To inspire this vision, we turn to the words of Thomas Sankara when he says, and I quote, "You cannot carry out fundamental change without a certain amount of madness. It comes from non-conformity, the courage to turn your back on the old formulas, and the courage to invent the future." Close quote. Let these words challenge us to think boldly for our youth. Likewise, we are reminded of the wisdom of Kofi Annan, who once said, and I quote, "Young people should be at the forefront of global change and innovation. Empowered, they can be key agents for development and peace. If, however, they are left on society's margins, all of us will be impoverished." Close quotes. These quotes underscore our shared responsibility to empower young people, not merely as beneficiaries, but as active architects of our collective future. Honorable members, allow me to highlight a few initiatives executed in local governments in response to the call for youth development. SALGA continues to support municipalities with mainstreaming to make sure that policies, planning, and budgeting programs, as well as programs that services meet the needs of all groups in society and address barriers to participation. Municipalities offer opportunities through the expanded public works program, local internships, and partnerships with the private sector. But we know this is not enough. We are calling for increased budgetary allocation and intergovernmental coordination to scale these efforts. For the recently launched SALGA Youth Commission, SALGA aims to mentor and invest in young people, elected leaders to become champions of people-centered governance. As we know that if we're serious about transformation, we must empower young people to lead from the front. Honorable Chair, we know that government cannot do it alone. This is why the Salga Youth Commission aims to champion partnership with business, academia, civil society, and development agencies to support local youth programs. However, coordination and accountability across spheres of government remain critical. We cannot have youth skills programs that are disconnected from municipal realities or economic planning. It is time to move from policy promises to practical pathways, from slogans to skills, from pilot project to scaled up solutions. To the youth of South Africa, we see you, we believe in you. We need your ideas, your energy, and your leadership now more than ever. Let us honor the youth of 1976, remembering Hector Peterson, a 12-year-old student whose tragic death symbolized the uprising, who became an enduring icon of resistance. We are reminded today that the youth are not just participants, but catalysts in shaping societal transformation. The chant of Azikwela echoes across decades, urging us forward in the fight for a South Africa where every young person has a place in the economy and a voice in our democracy. Drawing from their courage, let us champion youth-led economic reforms and development, ensuring that their legacy lives on in a society driven by inclusion, innovation, and opportunity. House Chairperson, I thank you.
Thanks a lot, Councillor Sile, for the good expose you just rendered here. And then the next person on the platform is going to be Honorable Klapi, the MEC for Sports, Culture and Recreation in the Northwest Province.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chief Whip, Ministers present, all MECs, delegates, honorable members, Bashaba South Africa, Libahi Kakaretso mo South Africa.
The South African youth and people of South Africa in general.
Before I prelude to take the moment to congratulate the Teddy Jana, the Northwest living legend who just defended his third run-down title by a remarkable victory at this year's Comrade Marathon. 5 Northwest athletes who are none other than Teddy Jana, Edward Mutibi, Joseph Manyedi, David Halibo, and Gordon Lisitedi cemented Bokoni Bophirima as a home of champions by dominating the 2025 Comrade Marathon top 10 finishers. It is only in Bokoni Bophirima, Honorable Chair, and members where athletes dominate an international sporting field in such a peculiar manner. This remarkable victory has indeed cemented Bokoni Bophirima as an undisputed home of champions. On the other hand, Honorable Chair, let us also remember that this previous weekend we gathered in Pretoria State Theatre to pay our last respect and bid farewell to a remarkable, talented thespian, Presley Uwagentshwenagai, who ascended from the dusty street of Mahikeng in the Northwest to the global stage. We believe
that he will rest in peace, our easygoing and our son of the soil of Bokoni Bophirima.
If my calculations serves me well, we are 6 days en route to 16 June, a date that carries a profound historical significance to the majority of South Africans. This date reminds us the influence of the Black consciousness in raising the political consciousness of many students, which ultimately provoked the spirit of resisting and entrenched the racial inequality, which was perpetuated by the policies of the apartheid system against the Black African young people in schools. The bravery demonstrated by the youth of 1976 as one of the major events that ignited our journey towards the attaining democracy. It is a non-fiction that the legacy of the youth of 1976 continue to inspire upcoming generations. The feast must fall generation epitomized the youth of 1976 by acceding to the notion of the African radical revolutionary philosopher Frantz Fanon, who said, and I quote, "Every generation in this stance of student or rather youth must out relatively discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it," close quote. Honorable Chair, it must definitely be at the back of our minds that as we commemorate the pivotal role played by the youth of 1976, which calls for a moment to remember, reflect on our commitment in the spirit of empowering and developing our young people. It is important to bear in our mind that in terms of the African population makeup, our population in the continent as a whole is very young. This is a sense that young people who are age 25 and below constitute 60% of the African population. Honorable Chair, this compels us to be more than deliberate with youth empowerment and development through education, skills, training, entrepreneurship, and meaningful economic inclusion. Honorable members, the 2025 youth will be commemorated under the theme Skills for the Changing the World, Empowering the Youth, Meaningful Economic Participation. And this theme reflects a shared national commitment to building a future-ready generation. As we commemorate this 2025 Youth Month, we find ourselves as a critical economic crossroad. Our nation finds itself in the midst of shifting global hands that possess direct implication in our domestic socio-economic standing. Our youth are facing enormous challenges, and some of the challenges include high levels of unemployment, limited access to quality education, economic inequality, crime rates, and social issues such as substance abuse and violence. These problems confronting our youth have the potential to trigger psychological and emotional stressor, such as the depression and anxiety, which may lead to suicide and mental disorder. Honorable members and Honorable Chair, our government is still battling with a legacy that was not only built from 1948, but since the 1600s. However, the commitment and the focus of our government in advancing the national democratic revolution, especially in opening doors for learning and culture, has been realized. To a greater extent, our government has made considerable progress in widening access to education. However, Honorable Chair, the reality is that we should accelerate intervention in resolving some of the challenges facing the educational system. Honorable members, there is a serious need for the transformation of our educational system. The quality of education that our schools, universities, and colleges offer must be able to respond to our current socio-economic realities. One strategic move that our government and institution of higher learning must get correct is that youth unemployment amongst graduates is mainly caused by the oversupply of graduates who hold skills that are rarely demanded in the labor market. Therefore, we call for a need for universities and colleges to intensify their relations with schools. Therefore, Honorable Chair, therefore, we call for a need for universities and colleges to intensify their relations with schools to offer genuine career guide and advice to learners who are preparing for high school or rather FET levels, because that will give them an opportunity to choose subjects that in line with the skills and career that are more relevant and required in the industries and government. Honorable Chair, much as our educational sector needs transformation, what we need also to appreciate is that the support that our Department of Education is providing to young people in the township and rural areas in terms of the National School Nutrition Program, we must applaud. The program has direct impact in keeping and even attracting young individuals to come to school, especially those from seriously disadvantaged background. Honorable Chair, As I close, because I'm looking at the time, the 2020 World Youth Report states that while considerable progress has been made over the past 2 decades in reducing poverty, alleviating hunger, reducing inequality, and improving outcomes for many of the world's poorest and the more vulnerable, such as inequality has not only persisted, but in many instances widened with the substantial numbers of people, including youth, excluded from the full participation in economic and political and social life. Honorable Chair, our task in reversing poverty, unemployment, and inequality will be persistent and intensified. We call upon the private sector, international community, individuals to join the government in partnership to deal with the challenges. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chapi. The next speaker is going to be in the House is Honorable Du Plessis. Over to you, ma'am.
Honourable House Chair, Ministers, members of the NCOP and South Africans. Investing in youth skills development can transform young lives and entire communities. These words, spoken by Ban Ki-moon, a former Secretary General of the United Nations and a South Korean politician, is based on lived experience. He was born in a war-torn, destroyed and broken country with little hope. He witnessed his country shifting from a developing country to a developed country within 30 years after its darkest hour. In 1948, after the 35-year violent and oppressive Japanese oppression, North and South Korea split. The two countries had very different ideas regarding rebuilding a country and growing an economy and its relationship to developing the youth with skills for the world of work. North Korea focused on rhetoric and indoctrination. It taught its youth that political party comes first and political leaders are sacrosanct. Doesn't this sound familiar? How many times have we heard members of parliament pledging allegiance to their party from the front instead of for the country? How many times have we heard members of parliament protecting their cadres because they are part of the same political party? In comparison, South Korea, the now economic powerhouse, focused on fostering individual skills, knowledge, and creativity, a skill needed for solution-driven thinking through education, vocational training, and extracurricular activities, thus building a robust and resilient economy that has been able to adapt and grow in two different industrial revolutions, the third and fourth. It has also been able to withstand unforeseen threats like COVID. It has now decreased its youth unemployment from 10% just after COVID to 5.9%. It is also planning to combat the impacts of an aging society. In South Africa, after our darkest hour, apartheid, the policies and mandates were shifted, and they were not much different to that of South Korea. And billions were spent on early childhood development and youth sports and arts programs and facilities, with trillions being spent on basic education, higher education, and training. Yet, very little has improved. Youth unemployment has just steadily increased, further stifling economic growth. What went wrong? Why did the reported investment not develop skills? How did it not empower the youth as a whole? Even though, as an attempt to address various issues faced by the vulnerable in society, a department was established in 2009, the Department of Women, Children, and People with Disabilities, yet there has been little improvement on the ground for the youth. The policies generally focus on the relevant skills and the development of this, There is also a focus on youth advocacy, and there is enough historic budget. Why is there an ever-increasing crisis? There is even a department tasked at addressing STEM and ITC development, the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. But do the youth of South Africa benefit from this department? The difficult question then needs to be asked. Is government investing in our future? Or is there a group of people who are investing only in their own futures? With continuous reports of corruption in higher education from CETA boards, NSFAS, the Administration of Institution for Higher Learning, the answer becomes obvious and sad. A group of people are investing only in their own futures, forgetting the youth of South Africa. The list is endless of maladministration, fraud, corruption. However, the glaring systemic issues in all departments mentioned are not being reported or addressed, creating a system that enables thieves but neglects to empower the youth. It is therefore obvious that the first step to empowering the youth with skills relevant to the workplace so that they can contribute to building a growing and resilient economy is to break the cycle of corruption. But breaking the cycle of corruption will take courage from those who have access to information that prove who the group of people are that are stealing the future of our youth, of our communities. It will take the bravery and integrity from those tasked to investigate and prosecute theft, regardless of who is guilty. We were told that 30 years has not been enough. I worry, because in 5 years, there was a promise made that in 5 years, youth unemployment will decrease by 10%. I hope this is true, but time will tell. To the youth of South Africa, in the words of Kurt Cobain, it is the duty of the youth to challenge corruption, and we will be there with you.
Thank you, Honorable Du Plessis, for the good narration you've just given. The next speaker on the platform is Honorable Mudise, also from Gauteng.
Honorable Chairperson, members of Parliament, including the Minister, special delegates on the virtual platform, people of South Africa, Sanbonan. Chairperson, we are made to understand and believe that the only political party with solutions towards the problems facing young people is in this House. This is the same political party that in December of 2019 promised the people of Alexandra a brand new private school. Just one school up until today it has not been built. And yet they want to tell us and make us believe that they can take and carry the responsibilities of empowering young people. Honorable members, today as we commemorate the youth of 76, we gather to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, which is to equip our youth with skills needed to thrive in the evolving technologically driven global economy. The journey to access education and training has undergone significant transformation. It's a journey that has acted as a spark to inspire the desire for change in the youth of 76. As the African National Congress, we have traveled with our young people and are committed to ensuring that they never travel alone. Our watchwords are leave no one behind in the process of inclusive economic growth and transformation. Just as the microchip gave rise to the development of computers that revolutionized communication, the development of the fourth industrial revolution is also poised to take global village to the next level of development. We are now faced with a choice, namely we either embrace the new development in terms of technology or we fall behind and we perish. The world of work is rapidly changing and they're driven by digital communication and artificial intelligence. Concepts which were foreign have become part of our daily vocabulary. If we are to achieve genuine economic transformation, we must ensure that young people are not left behind, but are instead at the forefront of the revolution. The number of AI professionals securing new roles has doubled, with a 96% increase recorded in Q4 of 2024 and in the Q1 of 2025. We must examine such numbers and ask the difficult questions of what are we doing to equip young people for such roles, and not come here and lie and claim that we're the only party that has solutions for young people. In its final year, in the 6th administration, the program of apprenticeship training component in different fields such as carpentry, electrician, plumbers, auto electrical, auto mechanics has saw 12 participants upon completion of their skills program being employed as artisans at Isuzu Motor Company for 9 months, and thereafter they were fully employed by Isuzu. By drastically prioritizing the skills and training of our young people through such innovative programs, we empower our youth with the knowledge and tools to participate meaningfully in the economy. Minister Ramokgopa spoke of the Presidential Commission for the Fourth Industrial Revolution has provided critical and strategic insights into how South Africa can harness technological advancement for youth development. Implementing its recommendation is not optional. It is an economic imperative that young people are looking to us to ensure its success. We must reskill our youth in workplaces and through artisanal programs to prepare them for technologically driven economy. Furthermore, unlike in the past, the economy is no longer reliant only on mining and agriculture, but it has been financialized. It is government intention to ensure that the development of infrastructure, local industrialization, and development of microeconomy on the basis of inclusive economic development and job creation is realized. Reindustrialization of the economy in both the urban and rural sector in all the provinces require a developed skills based on the latest technology of the bulk of the population, which are youth. Digital communication and artificial intelligence are reshaping industries and demanding new skills. However, access to these tools remain unequal. To bridge this divide, we must expand spectrum access to ensure affordable and reliable high-speed internet for both urban and rural communities, unlocking opportunities for young entrepreneurs, students, and job seekers. Moreover, it needs to provide a digital platform for the marketing of goods and services for youth entrepreneurs in both the rural and urban areas. It must advance online platforms for education and training. It is critical to promote online learning through digital platforms, which can provide access to local and international training, breaking geographical barriers, and ensuring best international practices. Ntsako Mokgobe, a member of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, says, and I quote on the topic, "Align youth development with future work. Artificial intelligence and fourth industrial revolution are not tomorrow's problems. They are today's reality. Young people need to be plugged into this world, not left behind. Young people are not the problem. They are the solutions. They must be treated as partners, not just as beneficiaries. If we equip them with the right skills, digital tools and platforms to innovate, hustle, and lead, we will unlock their potential. We will not only unlock their potential, but will unlock the Gauteng's future." Close quote. As the African National Congress, we have understood that reducing data cost is essential, as high prices of digital communication exclude millions of working-class youth from online learning and economic participation. The role of small business cannot be understated. Supporting SMMEs through digital marketing will enable small businesses, particularly in rural areas, to leverage digital platforms and market their products globally. Other nations have shown that targeted youth empowerment programs yield results. Countries like Rwanda and Nigeria have invested heavily in digital skills and innovation hubs. We must adapt these lessons to our context, align these lessons with the Freedom Charter, and develop a master plan for digital and scientific advancement that prioritize youth, women, and people living with disability. Government remains committed to transforming South Africa into a technologically driven, skills-rich nation. Let us empower our youth, for they are the architect of tomorrow's economy. Let us realize the values of the Freedom Charter, but lower our flag and honor the migrants of 1976. Chairperson, Honorable Adranse, Honorable Allen, and Honorable Breed are totally lost and have no inclination of what we are debating about today. Perhaps they should have asked Honorable Mokai and Honorable Du Plessis for a proper correct inputs. Theirs is a confirmation of speaking from a point of privilege. No appreciation of the role played by apartheid regime, which they are direct beneficiaries. What apartheid has done to this country. They also falls into the thinking that the wrongs that were done over 400 years should have been corrected in 30 years. There's no science behind such logic. As for the input made by Honorable Seme, who unfortunately shares the most important surname in the history of this country, Alberta left alone. Honorable Seme is the disgrace to the memory of Dr. Pixlika Isaka Seme and what he stood for. If this is what Umkhonto Zuma party has deployed, then clearly there's no hope there. Firstly, it was their party leader, Dr. Hlophe, who delivered a below-par State of the Nation during the debate of the State of the Nation address. Now it's Honorable Seme. I want to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Sizophila Mkhize, who is also in the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, to kindly assist this lost soul. Honorable Seme clearly don't know what she's supposed to be doing. What can be said about, she's not here. What can be said about Honorable Chirwa Mpongose that has not been said before? What is it that you must say to her that has not been said before? Honorable Chirwa Mpongose lives in her own world, far detached from lived realities. She has this imagination that she unfortunately believes to be true. And what is worse is that she's not even ashamed to punctuate figures for dramatic response. She's a clear, typical example of what President Thabo Mbeki referred to when we said, as South Africans, we should be extremely impatient with public workers like Honorable Chirwa Mpongose, who comes to work as late as possible, work as little as possible, and leave as early as possible. Fighters, please remind Honorable Chirwa Mpongose that it's not the fruits that proves the tree's worth. I mean, it's the fruits that proves the value of the tree and not the leaves. So what we do must be the one that matters most than what you say. And with that, I want to thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Modise, for the narration we've just rendered here. And then the next speaker on the platform is going to be the Honorable Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Chifunda.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I want first to appreciate the contributions made by all honorable members who participated in this important debate. We listened carefully to all constructive proposals made. Mr. Ramkupa reminded us that skills we produce must align with market demand. She stated that the medium-term development plan is prioritizing youth issues. Honorable Britt, can I say this? Schools are not overcrowded because of corruption, but because the ANC government made it compulsory for all children to be at school. The ANC government record on building schools is unmatched, and you know it. Honorable Allen, Honorable Du Plessis, Western Cape does not start and end with Cape Town and Georgetowns. There's Khayelitsha, there's Philippu, there's Kwalanga, there's Mitchell's Plain. Whenever you participate in debates, you never mention these places. simply because you have no plan for these places. You are investing in yourselves. Honorable some of Umkhonto weSisu Party, you can't be tired and speaking as if you are a youth out there. You are now a lawmaker, an honorable member. It is you who must bring change in the lives of youth, not just to list challenges. That is why they sent you to parliament, or else you will be recalled. If you want to know, ask Honorable Jimmy Manye and Floyd Shivambu. Honorable Chira, in academic field, plagiarism is a criminal offense. Economic freedom in our lifetime, that was the ANC. That was the ANC Youth League statement. The economic freedom in our lifetime, that was the ANC Youth League statement at the ANC National General Council in Durban.
Injalo.
Also that you are not going to finish your speech without referring to President Ramaphosa. But of course, you know again that in 2023, there was never any national shutdown. We made sure that it didn't happen, and it didn't. Honorable Peter Kokwa, yes, flew South Africa's flag high, and we congratulate her. But also we congratulate the South Africans who won the 2026 Comrade Marathon, Honorable MEC from Northwest. I agree with the ANC speakers that work is underway to ensure that young people are being reskilled and upskilled with clearly defined exit opportunities and in ways that strengthen their income earning potential. Working together with youth, we are forging strong partnerships with the private sector to build ecosystem that support entrepreneurial growth and technological advancement. Young people shall share in the country's wealth. Young people, we are listening, we see you, we hear you, and we thank you very much.
Honorable delegates, Nkosi, will you please take your seat? Honorable delegates, we are coming to an end of this sitting. We know very well that the South African democracy can be loud. It was very good and enlightening that we had so many diverse views on the same issue. But I think that it is in the nature of our democracy that we discuss and speak and then come and resolve the issues. But the issue of the plight of the youth, it is here. It is the responsibility of each and every member of parliament to ensure that you put our 2 cents worth of sweat to ensure that we change the lives of the youth of the country. But I really like to appreciate each and every member who participated in this debate. I think that this debate was very informative and it was really building. So I'd like to thank the ministers present, the deputy chairperson of the council, the permanent delegates, MECs, all special delegates and SALCA representatives for availing themselves to the sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Recording stopped.
Johnny. When I'm out eating Zogba.